So did someone order an extra special early Easter stream? Hi Liam, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Great win for the town today. Lovely times coming back from behind. But let's, well, get in some FM, shall we? Because that's what we all are here for on this fine fettled Monday. In fact, just 2 seconds while I check something. Let's turn off the doorbell because I don't want people to interrupt us. Right, so yeah, we're back with the bridge. 2 points off second indeed. And we are 9 points behind Chesterfield, who are top of the table. And we have, wow, a shiny new look team with a bunch of new players. Strength in depth. Look at the size of this squad. I haven't even checked how many players we have in this squad yet. We have got a whopping 44 players. That's double the number of players we had when we first arrived, which is crazy. Financially, things don't look good, but you will notice that most of these players run out of contract at the end of the year, and I'm probably not going to renew any of them because they're all quite expensive, and I don't want to have that many super expensive players if I can avoid it, to the point where some of our most expensive ones aren't even making the squad at this stage. Some of them might be missing. We might have players missing. I do because of ineligibility or whatever nonsense is going on. Let's get rid of the 18s because they're not going to be important for the rest of the season. There was one guy, did I sell him? Did I sell him and forget I sold him? We had one guy that was earning just an absolute ransom. No, Ryan Thompson's still here. I was like, I'm sure I didn't sell him. But there we go. I need to start actually today. We're going to do a little bit of a lesson classing of lessons. So, I need to sort out my shortlists because someone still has my Welsh shortlists there. Can I get rid of those? Is that a thing it will let me do? Delete shortlist. Good. Let's delete those shortlists. And let's clear that shortlist because that's not going to help us much today. And let's start a new shortlist. Should be far easier than that. Summer Cambridge transfers. And before we do any football, I should have done this earlier really, I completely forgot. Before we do any footballing, I'm going to go and grab all of the youngsters onto a shortlist and try and scout them from the Premier League side. That's loaded up well. Beautiful FM26. It's a complete game. Let's get those guys up and ready to... I know we're not going to get Bukayo Saka, you know, let's be sensible, but the plan is that we're just going to put them on the shortlist for 6 months and see who we get, really. See who looks good out of these clubs' youth teams, because it's gonna, I don't know why they've got not got any under 18 sides. I don't know if that's on a separate tab now, sorry, under 21 sides. Hi Riley, glad you've chosen to be normal today. Welcome in. We will, yeah, we're going to just grab as many as... Why is it not... Do they just not have under 21s? I'm very confused. I'll look through the under 21 sides in a second, but for now we'll just throw all of these players onto a shortlist. From a song. Interesting, Kit, interesting. I hope you're well, not seeing you in a few days. Hope things are good with you. Very curious as to why it seems there are not many youngsters at these Premier League clubs. I'm not sure why that is. But the idea is that I'm going to try and get them on a shortlist so I can scout them all before the summer comes round, because then we'll have a bit of a head start on our recruitment, because what I want to do is Replace all of those older players who are on a lot of money with much younger players who are on much less money but have much bigger ceilings, because that feels like it's going to be the way forward. I'm going to try and sort out Cambridge financially before we get, or when we get promoted, if we get promoted, and work it out that way. I genuinely have no idea why I can't see anyone's under 21s in it. Liverpool have definitely got under 21 squad, but it's not showing there. But you know, this will take care of the most part of it, you would hope. And yeah, hopefully some of these youngsters will get released at the end of the season and turn out to be quite good, is the plan. Because every little helps and all that, you know. It's saying connecting to chat. I haven't got a VPN open, have I? Because that's usually what fucks it up. No. Interesting. Do let me know if the stream drops out. I've noticed from watching Twitch most of the day that it's been having a couple of issues today. So hopefully it will work out. I was also, whilst I was doing a bit of other stuff, that yeah, just Twitch has been utterly rubbish. But I have I've started the background work for a new video. I am going to try and build a City of Liverpool FC team made exclusively of Scousers. I thought it would be interesting. They have got under 21s. Why weren't they showing up? That's not helpful at all, because they're the ones that are probably going to get released. Well, that's told us a lot about you, Riley, so that's good. I'll get these guys on the shortlist too. I'm going to do something I never do when I'm trying to financially save a club. I'm going to turn on the Keep Scout Reports Up to Date button and hope that it still defaults to just scouting every player on the shortlist without worrying if you've got a scouting budget. Which is a bit cheaty, but you know, it's a single player game, so we'll all get over it. That's sort of the plan. But yeah, I hope everyone is well. I hope you've all had a good Easter, eaten lots of chocolate and all that good nonsense. As a bit of a housekeeping, an early housekeeping, my plan for this week, so everyone knows what the schedule looks like ahead of time. Tomorrow I'm going to do a recording / editing day, so I probably won't be streaming. I'd say it's 90% likely I won't stream unless I really get that done fast. Then I will be back Wednesday. I probably won't be streaming Thursday because it's my birthday, but if I am, it will be a side quest day because FM feels a bit like work. So it might be a special birthday side quest day. I will be on Friday, I would imagine. And I probably won't be on Saturday because we're having a wee barbecue. So there's your brief rundown, but the side quest will happen as per usual this Sunday. So that's something else to look forward to. This week's side quest, I reckon we'll probably do more rewinding. We'll also do more rewinding in The Old Life is Strange, because we must be nearly finished on that now. Some zombies maybe. And I'm thinking if I really, really push it this week, we might get a little bit of nutmeg in. And possibly some infection-free zone. And possibly, if I ever remember to plug my capture card back in, some High on Life. But yeah, I would expect 1 if not 2 retired questy days this week, because there are lots of games I would like to be playing, and well, so little time. But yeah, I want to spend tomorrow getting all of next week's Supermarine recorded so that I'm always ahead of myself, because we're almost there. And then what I've sort of decided with the Supermarine save is that when we, or if we get to a place where it looks like we're closing our Champions League, we might just do the final episode live. But that's neither here nor there right now. Just a heads up on what's planned. Keep scout reports up to date. Updates. Sure. Player interest persuadable. We'll go persuadable. Although it did say Bukayo Saka might be persuadable. I'm sure that just said Bukayo Saka might be persuadable. But they're going to be our key players that we're looking at. Why did that not select all of them? There we go. Report. Well, I assume we're going to get reports on all of them. I would assume that will happen naturally. It's fine. Right, Port Vale. Port Vale are our next victims, and they are 14th in the league. We are 2nd. This should be an easy win for us, is what I'm saying. It should be an easy win for us. Let me just have a little rearrange of the desk, because I did build some biscuits earlier, because I felt like it. And, oh, Willie Little is not available because of something or other. Let's take him out of the lineup then and try and find a defender who is not unavailable. Bearing in mind I'm at my limit of loanies, so this could be a challenge. I'll put BT in there, and then that really is the best we can do. Unless I have one hiding in the 18s. Let me do the thing where I have to reshuffle it again. It'd be really nice if this was the default. No, there are no defenders that we own. That's okay. Let's do it. Let's get this game underway. Get ourselves a win to start off the stream, because that's the magic we all demand of ourselves today. As we ready ourselves for them. Yeah, the new video I've started prepping in the background, the City of Liverpool team built just as Scousers, much harder than you'd think. Turns out they've got no money and no Scousers want to join them, so it's been fun. Right, we're on a good run lately. Let's keep being on a good run lately, I suppose. See if these new players can keep performing. We are in our most generic kits. Keep losing my mouse. There we go. Good stuff. Right, let's get a win. Encourage the players, beat Port Vale, and you all get cookies. That would be a good start. It's a damn shame we had to sell him and loan him back. But we needed the money. And we still get him to finish the season off with. He scored inside 3 minutes, so no complaints here. Right. Focus up. Focus up. Great through ball to Rice. Oh, he can't finish it. He cannot finish it, but he will. And we will get some results today. That's the plan. McElroy gets past Lashia. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hamilton Ainsley into the box. We don't score. We do have a need to defend. Okoye chasing down Miles. That was a rubbish attempt to tackle. We're very lucky they didn't score. Very, very lucky they didn't score that one. But yeah, I hope everyone's teams did well this Easter Monday. The mighty town getting a late win was lovely, but I haven't kept an eye on everyone's teams today. I don't know who did what or when or how, because I didn't go through the full list, because I didn't care. But, you know, tell me how your teams did. Tell me how your adventures were. The even mightier town also getting a late win. Welcome in, Simon. Welcome in. Good to hear that Yeovil are getting themselves a late win, the second best of the West, as they are known, because they're the one other team in the West Country Swindon don't really have a problem with. So I've always found weird. Always felt like the Bristol clubs make sense. Cheltenham sort of makes sense. Forest Green makes sense because everyone hates Forest Green. Exeter, Torquay, Plymouth, less sense, but there is a rivalry there. But for some reason, I don't feel like there's ever been a rivalry with Yeovil. I don't understand why. It's good to you're basically safe. I don't know, 2 points off second don't look good at all. Just get lucky. Yeah, that's the thing. League 2 is scrappy, and like Ollie was saying in the paper yesterday that he doesn't care about winning pretty, essentially, as long as the boys just put up a fight and make themselves hard to beat, which I guess is fair, but I'd also like us to just smash everyone 12-0, ideally, so, you know, I guess he and I are going to have another philosophical difference, but if it gets us out of League 2, sure. We rarely beat us, so it's not worth the emotional energy. It's true, but then Bristol Rovers rarely beat us, so Cheltenham rarely beat us. I don't think Forest Green have ever beaten us. If they have, I don't remember it. I don't remember us ever losing to Exeter either, to be honest, but we probably have, because we've been in the same division for 50-odd years. So, statistically, we must have lost to them, but I just don't remember it happening. Forest Green always beat you. I think it's just because there's always been, in my experience, a certain element of, for want of a better term, kinship between Wiltshire and Somerset. That's a really bad way of phrasing it, but you know what I mean. Like, it feels like there's always been like a positive relationship between the two counties. So maybe that's just why there's no rivalry. Cognizant of taking Hamilton Ainsley off because he's played quite well, but he is generally quite shit. So I guess we'll stick to go in there. It's not a pretty result if this is how it finishes, but it'll be a functional one, which I think is the important part. We get a second goal here, Scenes, but we still won't be safe into the promotion area as To Go has a pop and it's gone for another corner. Will we see this? We are going to... 2 corners in a row, chat. We're being spoiled today. Being spoiled seeing 2 corners in a row. They were both shit, but we've seen 2 corners in a row. So that's a nice change. I don't know if this is a bug on FM, but whenever it generates in new, like, bodies for managers, they're always female, regardless of the gender of the manager. It's really odd. Every manager I see on the touchline against us is female. I don't really understand why, because they're not in the game. That was very lucky. I was like, heart in mouth, he's going to score a late equaliser there. He didn't. Let's tell the boys to focus. Hope that keeps them happy. 7 points behind Chesterfield right now. That's lovely stuff. Still lovely stuff. And we're 2 points ahead of third. So we're starting to build a gap. That could have been nice. That could have been a very, very nice one. Don't like that we're now on the back foot again. Come on, head it away. Good stuff. Keep clearing it. Excellent. There's no one there. There was no one for you to hoof that to. You should have just aimed for the corner flag and hope someone could beat them in a foot race. And that's why we've conceded that goal, because he didn't punt it at the corner flag as quickly as he could have. Do you know how to change this playoff setting in the editor so I can change 4 to 6? I do, but I'd have to have it open in front of me to talk you through it. Remind me later and I'll open the editor and I'll put it in front of me. Because it's a bit fiddly. In theory, I could just... I can either walk you through it later, or I can just make a file and send it to you. In fact, if I talk nicely to Teeny, he might give me a deeper explanation and help me to get it set up so it goes in from next season. Because I know Teeny's quite good at hard coding stuff. I think there's a good way of doing it. I think there will be a way of doing it so it's hard coded from second season. But I'm not certain. I would have to have a dig. It might be that it's something I can... Oh, you can see if AI knows, yeah, for sure. I was just thinking, actually, there might be a way I can faff with something that's much riskier in the actual game files with the hard coding. To see if I can change it there, but I'd have to work out which of the various files in the game's code, in the decompiler, does the thing I need it to do. How have we lost this game? How has this game turned round into a loss? I don't understand. We were all over them and we just kind of fell apart. I do know how that's happened. I've just worked out how that's happened. Such a twat. I'm such a twat. What I've done is I've swapped the players in possession, or out of possession, without just, yeah. So I've left gaping holes in our defence because a centre-half and a full-back were constantly trying to swap over. That's what I've done. That was on me. I mean, technically it was on FM26's stupid design, but I'll take the blame for that one. That was on me. That's cost us. We're now in third. But yeah, an AI should be able to guide you, but I can't make any guarantees. Also, for those of you who missed last night's fun of the stream, we learned that Harry NTFC, that we banned from here for being a knobhead, was actually Jack Veal the whole time. We had like a Scooby-Doo. So he was already banned from chat, and he's created another account just to get himself banned from chat, and now he's just getting banned from pretty much every FM stream. Observer, welcome in. You appearing has just reminded me I haven't heard back from the club yet. How are you though, bud? How is Canada? How is life on the old save stream podcast, etc.? Did not hear back from the media people. Just reminded me. Here's some of the playoff spots shown on the table. When the playoffs come out, it's only 4 play out of the 6 randomly. Interesting. I think you have to like set it up as a second stage of the season, but I have to remember how. I have to have it in front of me. But let's in fact, let's do a couple of shout outs to the streamers who have appeared in the old chatty boo. We're gonna give Kit a shout out, even though Kit doesn't stream nearly enough, often found in the background of Chucks. And of course, the legendary, beautiful Canadian icon himself, the Observer of Football. Had a lad from Plymouth Argyle, Bim Pepple, get called up to the Canada national team. Very nice. Very nice. The Canadian empire is expanding. I have no idea why it doesn't do the shout out when I do it. I don't know why someone else has to activate it. Kit does not stream nearly as much as they should. Kit is fantastic and needs to give us more awesome. Went to Ada this past week in the weekend. Nice. How was it? Really struggle to watch AEW because I'm always terrified someone's gonna die. Just scares the bejesus out of me. Jericho, Omega, Edge and Christian. Very nice. Yeah, every time I watch AEW, it just scares the shit out of me. I actually was following it on the BBC because I was watching Riff Tracks on Twitch. If you're not familiar with Riff Tracks, you should be, is what I'm going to say. They are from Winnipeg, you idiots. That's the rules. You have to say Winnipeg, you idiot, otherwise you get fired. If anyone wants to have a little thing just on their sidebar for moments where you have nothing else to do or want to be entertained, go check out the lovely people at Riff Tracks. For those who know MST3K, it's the guys who created MST3K doing their own thing. It's very, very, very funny. I cannot stress enough how funny those guys are. Essentially, for those who are unaware of the MST3K multiverse concept, the gang from MST3K basically take an old movie, like a classic movie, a proper ancient film, and they will take the piss out of it, over the top of it. And they never fail to be hilarious. Like they don't miss. And it's a really good thing just to throw on in the background whilst you're doing other shit and keep you entertained. Like I often, if I'm doing editing or whatever, will have them on my second screen. Like, don't watch them expecting to see a good movie, because it almost never happens. But if you expect for bad movies to get the fun made out of them quite heavily, they will keep you entertained for a great deal of time. So, definitely worth a look. Because I love a thoroughly terrible film. do love a thoroughly terrible film. I just realised I haven't, no pun intended, observed the fine tradition of just to make sure I know who is a streamer at a glance and who isn't. The observer can have a lovely mod sword of Doom. Use it wisely. Always good fun to have around. No obligation to come in, obviously, every time I'm streaming. I don't expect anyone to be here every time I stream. But, you know, it's nice for you to get the privilege. It is a shame Twitch don't IP ban them. It is. I wish I knew how... I wish there was a way to do that. Even if it's like a third-party plug-in, it would be amazing. Last night, Harry/Jack decided to get up to his old tricks of going into other streams to tell people I had something to show them. And he did it to Hindo. We were having a good laugh. Largely because, like, Hindo and I are in several Discords together. If we were going to show each other something, we'd just message each other. He must find it fun, but, like, all he's doing is annoying two streamers at once and gaining nothing but getting the piss taken out of him. Like, I'll be mean to people who are weird in that way, who are trolling in that way. But, like, you play with the wrong person and you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Like, Hindo can be a savage. He's genuinely very nice, but I'm sure if you pushed him the wrong way, you get torn one. Same with Benny. Benny will quite happily read someone a riot act. Like, I don't see where the fun is in it. Yeah, you're probably quite lucky in some respects as well, because your streams are quite late for the UK too, very often. So they're all in bed because their parents have still got, they've still got a bedtime, most of them. I suspect Harry's like 13, 14. And if he's any older than that, then God help us. But we do have we've got a little Canadian Legion at Cambridge as well. It just happened at random. We've got ourselves a little Canadian Legion. They're all on loan. This is Bernard Clark. He's not very good, but I had a bit of a shortage of footballers. This is Callum Anderson, who could be decent, but again has gone out on loan to Chatham. And we've got an American too, Alec Caruvias. But yeah, we imported a couple of Canadians to our side just to add warm bodies to the squad, because when I got here we had 22 players and they were all knackered. They'd all just been playing constantly. So I had to bring in some extra body. I mostly just loaned in anyone that would come to me for free without any scouting. Have I been watching any wrestling? I think the last thing I watched was the Raw that had either Dom or Finn against Penta in the main event. I think that was the last thing I watched. Bar some like stuff on YouTube. Oh, Triple A, I tend to watch every couple of weeks. I'll get caught up. I'm gonna try and get caught up on it while I do all my editing and stuff tomorrow. I think. Do enjoy Triple A. I tend to watch Ashe as well more often than not. Like if I'm having a wrestling day, I'll sit and I'll watch Ashe. I very much enjoy them. Which I'll find you a link to Ashe actually, because you might find you enjoy them. You almost certainly won't. It's a, or certainly not. I wouldn't tell you publicly. There's one of my matches on YouTube, and I'm so fucking high. Trust me, you don't want to see it. But if you want something a bit different to watch, Ashe is incredible. And a phrase you never thought you'd hear anyone say out loud is that D'Lo Brown is fucking incredible on commentary. Highly, highly underrated on commentary. We're talking like, obviously just my opinion, but we're talking like Don Callis, Corey Graves level of colour commentary. He's truly very entertaining. The wrestling's great. Some great athletes. At the risk of sounding like Jim Cornette, there's some fantastic athletes in that company. If I had a bad experience with Don, oof. Sad to hear that. Sad to hear that. I have heard that he has a bit of the Dustin Rhodes going on, where if you refer to him or if you make a reference to the Jackal, he doesn't like it very much. Same way as like Dustin will instantly block you on social media if you make any reference to Black Rain. Like he will instantly block you if you make a reference to Black Rain. Which I get, like it was a terrible gimmick, but like appreciate that people remember some shit you did even if it was bad. Like I promise you, John Nord never got upset because people remembered him for being the Berserker. It's weird actually as well, because that's like Dustin's only trigger point for like getting upset at people. He's a lovely guy. He's a genuinely lovely bloke. It's the only thing I've ever encountered him getting upset about is the Black Rain gimmick. That's it. Like, it's weird because, like, he's still nice to me, and I'm friends with Terry, and they had an interesting divorce. But he's still nice to me. I do remember Husky Harris. God bless Bray Wyatt. What a talent. I think the thing I love about... I know there are a lot of people who are watching who aren't necessarily wrestling fans, but I think if I was going to explain why I love wrestling to someone, I would show them Bray Wyatt work, like Bray Wyatt's promo work, like the vignettes and stuff, because the creativity is incredible. Even if you never enjoy anything that happens in the ring, like a Bray Wyatt character building thing, incredible. I will never understand how we didn't get a Bray Wyatt like horror movie. I genuinely will never understand why we didn't get a Bray Wyatt horror movie. I don't play WWE on stream, mostly because I A, can't be bothered, and B, I stopped buying the newer games. I got gifted 25, but as a rule I stopped buying the newer games because it really pisses me off. They turn the servers off 18 months after they launch the game, and they don't work in single player if the servers are turned off. It's really scummy. It's really scummy. I can't support 2K anymore. Sounds odd, but I'll bookmark it and have a look because it didn't appear to be not suitable for work. Like that's the thing that gets me. Is it just really annoys me when they turn off the servers 18 months after the game comes out. Like, you're not forcing people to buy the new game like you think you are. You're forcing people to hate you as a company and not buy another game again. I might like what? Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. Oh, WCW vs NWO World Tour. What a game. What a game. So I'm not super against pirating games, but I'm going to say that with an asterisk. Because I do have pirated copies of games on my PC, but they're games I own, and it's because I've downloaded like a less buggy build of it sometimes, or like if I've got, say I've got Fallout 4 in my Steam library, right? I love playing Fallout 4, it's fine, but I do have a pirate copy of Fallout 4 as well, because that way I can run Fallout London on it. So like, I'm not ethically against it in terms of if it's because either there was a better, more stable build previously and I can still get it that way, whereas Steam's updated it and I can't wind it back. I don't have a problem with that. Or if it's a game that I play regularly but it gets like a full overhaul mod, and so I want to be able to have that as a separate file and not have to fuck about moving files around all the time. It's not something I would necessarily do for like a game. I wouldn't do it for a game that I just wanted to play. Go on, give me a list. We'll see what we've got. We'll see what we've got. We'll see what fun we can have with that list. This is not going to be ideal. This the Canby can go in the 10. Edwards up top. I think we got the bad form save open. I think we got the bad form RNG on the opening of the save today. Or it could be just because I've got a bunch of brand new players who've come in. That's also a possibility. But the form is crumbling. That much I will say. The form is not great right now. I might have to go through and do the whole, oh, you're training really well, bud. Keep training well. The Shockmaster, the Yeti, Glacier, and Ralphus. My word. So I'm gonna boldly assume that you are also a regular of the OSW podcast audience, and if you're not, my God, you should be. Oh, I've heard all of those names recently. All of them very recently. They come up a lot. Oh, Ian Akambi showed up. If you're not watching the Old School Wrestling Review podcast, you should. It's incredible. Filmed in glorious Grapple Vision. I also strongly recommend Reliving the War. Do like the OSW boys. The OSW boys are very funny. I was watching their review of what's it called? The Irish Power Rangers thing earlier. So funny. So funny. Mr. America. Oh. Mr. America. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Although rumour has it he's a little bit racist. And a lot dead. We'll never know how Mr. America died. Some say he caught his daughter watching a basketball game. Cannot believe we're 2-2. We're back to 2-2. I shouldn't make fun of Hulk Hogan just because it's too easy. It is weird how I've never seen A-Train or Tensai in the same room. To be fair though, is it possible that the reason that we've never seen A-Train and Tensai in the same room is because neither of them ever drew a crowd big enough for someone to come and watch that, or to come and see that? Just a thought. Just a thought. Is it possible that they just couldn't draw a big enough crowd for it to be witnessed? Got to consider all the possibilities. I shouldn't mean Matt Bloom is a lovely bloke. He's a lovely bloke. And he was a very, very good wrestler. He got some really shitty gimmicks. Like, they could just never figure out what to do with the guy. Which we've seen happen to a lot of people, but he was one of those guys who had the ability. Oh, Sean O'Hare. What a talent. I know the popular conjecture is that his career suffered because he had a small drug issue. But I always wondered if it was just because he was a power plant guy. Because the boy had something. He had lightning in a bottle. And you'll also never get me to... You'll never get me to accept, I suppose is the word, that there was a good rationale behind taking a guy that could talk and putting him with Roddy Piper. Like, why would you give a guy who can already talk a manager? It's baffling. It's genuinely baffling. It is the stigma. But it's weird. It was weird at the time, and it's weirder now. Like, I never understood the stigma thing. Like, yeah, sure, you don't like them, but you won. So they aren't the competition anymore. Just make your money. Make the bag. Like, I could rant for hours about that particular period in wrestling. I could. It's... I've never seen anyone try so hard to fail to make money. Never seen anyone work so hard at not making money. It's genuinely breathtaking. It was, because someone who shall remain nameless until the court cases are done was too stupid to spend the money, to be honest. Like, yeah, they were missing some talent, but realistically, spend the money, you'll make it back. Just spend the money, you'll make it back. Like, I don't know, let's say it would have cost, what, 3 million to buy Hogan out of his contract, right? Let's just say that as like... But also, apologies to anyone who doesn't like wrestling. This is gonna be a rant that will bore you as well as upset you. But let's say it cost 3 million to buy Hogan out of his contract, out what was left of his contract, which wasn't long anyway. You're telling me you don't make that back the second he stands face to face with Steve Austin? Shut the fuck up. Anyone who can make that argument with a straight face is an idiot. The second you tease that, you're making it back. That's the breathtaking thing. Like, same argument with, like, what you put Sting with The Undertaker, or Kevin Nash with The Undertaker. Money. It's just a license to print cash. William Little has been involved in a match for today for another team. Well, then I guess Mr. Beatty is coming back in. Should probably... Yeah, I know. I literally just fixed that. Thank you for following. Serbian Mafioso. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome to chat. Hope you are well. It did. That was unbelievably stupid. And indeed, welcome in. You join us at the old Cambridge United, trying to get a promotion for them. We took over with them in third. They were supposed to finish bottom of the table. I think I've broken it, but it's fine. It's true, he did get his win. He always gets his win. Yeah. It is why we do what we do. Yeah, it was, I know, I get baffled by a lot of booking I see. But that was especially mad. Yeah, we're on a bit of a new era. Bury LA Knight? Yeah. I don't understand it. That guy's a license to print money. He's free money. It just doesn't make sense. No, you go for it. It gives me something to talk about whilst I'm streaming for hours, so that's all good. I know this is a controversial take. A controversial take, perhaps. But I am of the opinion that if the WWE really, as they allegedly do, give that much of a shit about like treating AEW as competition, rather than trying to compete against them with NXT, which is always going to be a fool's errand because we all know it's developmental and nothing that happens there matters. For example, we're supposed to believe that Obafemi is this big unstoppable monster, but I've seen him lose 2 titles to guys half his size in NXT, so I'm not going to take him seriously as a monster. They should invest the money, resurrect the WCW brand, put it on TV anywhere they can get a TV deal for it on a Wednesday night, directly opposite Dynamite. Turn around to Paul Heyman and say, look, anyone you think we're not doing enough with, you take them with you, you run that show, you book that show, do what you want, and I'd give AEW a year. I'd give it a year. Because you know the very first name he's writing down on his sheet is going to be LA Knight. It's the very first name he will write down. The second and third would be Kofi and Xavier. Because we all know they're not getting anywhere near enough attention. I do remember the spin-off they tried to do, but it was like, everything about it was fucked up. Like, you could resurrect that brand now with Heyman in charge and it would do numbers. It would do numbers. Hell, stick it on fucking Netflix on a Wednesday night opposite Dynamite. Just watch the cash roll in. Yeah. Exactly that. I'm not sure how well I would expect a partnership or a relationship in terms of creator and talent between Bischoff and Heyman to go, but it's by the by. I like Eric's podcast. I think he talks a lot of sense. I know he gets a lot of shit because he failed, but second place is still better than never being in the competition. So, like for me, second place is better than not entering at all. You don't look at someone with an Olympic silver medal and go, oh, "You fucked that up." Oh, hey Liam, and you sorry, I've got over invested in the old Twitch chat, but welcome in. Yeah, it's made that whole period in the 2000s is baffling. Like, the thing for me, the thing that really got me was, okay, they wanted to get rid of Bischoff in 2000, or 99 or whatever it was, make a change and freshen things up and try and get back on top of the ratings. Cool. You literally employ Dusty Rhodes. Why are you hiring Russo? You literally employ Dusty Rhodes. Like, my God. It's like going, well, I don't know if we can make a movie that makes money anymore. We've got Hitchcock sat right here, but let's go get Uwe Boll. The fuck? Baffling stupidity. Do I have any other dice to throw? I do. Stick Carbone in there. It doesn't make sense to me. But that's life. A lot of things don't make sense to me. And I have always said, though, like, I couldn't work in creative for WWE because I'd be fired within 2 weeks. I would be fired within 2 weeks. At best, I would last 2 weeks there. because every time I heard a bad idea, I'd laugh. And then I'd tell the person they were an idiot. It'd be the same thing. I'd still last 2 weeks because you'd hand me a run sheet and I'd go, that's fucking stupid. Like, I wouldn't be able to hold back from going, I've changed this because it was stupid. This entire segment was stupid, so I've rewritten the entire thing and this is how we're going to run it. Like there's so many, like, and there'd be so many things that like I would get really aggressively passionate about in terms of causes. Like, my biggest bugbear with like WWE right now is, why are we wasting time on fucking Danhausen when we've got Ron Killings doing nothing? He's doing nothing. If you want to be the comedy guy, have him be the comedy guy. Or if you want to make some money, have him be the fucking truth. And I feel the same way about Miz. Why is Miz doing comedy segments backstage when that guy can draw money? Favorite wrestling program with rivalries? Like, I was a big fan of what they did with the Bloodline. Once they figured out how to plot it properly, it was great. Pure rivalries, I'll always be a big fan of Miz and Cena. That was great. Actually, Punk and Cena, top 10 all time. Same with Punk and Joe. Punk and Joe will be top 10 all time for me forever, because that was brilliantly done. Matt vs. Edge was great. Once they worked out how to work together. It's going poorly, Simon. To be honest, we've been struggling. We have only played 3 games so far, and we haven't won one. February is bad. Yeah, because the real life heat. I would say, as much as I don't particularly like him, Regal's feud with Jericho was great. Exactly, who needs February? It's not a real month. Doesn't count. It doesn't count. I would say, I don't know. It's really hard because I've watched so much. I guess it can't work out how long it is. This is a really deep cut. Really deep cut. But Prince Devitt and Tanahashi, what a rivalry. What a rivalry. But my favourite all time, permanent number one of all time, the single greatest feud in the history of professional wrestling, and I will take no debate, no argument, Terry Funk and Jerry Lawler. Terry Funk and Jerry Lawler. Oh. To the point where they ran it for 40 years without concluding it, and it never once got old. They never concluded that feud. It never got old. Even on the indies in the 2000s, they were still running that back, and it was still brilliant. And the thing is, like, it's a sign of the times too, because like if that happened now, Can you imagine how big a meme Terry Funk going, "Oh no," would be? That would be the biggest meme on the internet. The internet would not be able to function with that in the zeitgeist. Because objectively, looked at without context, it's very funny. Sean and Brett was... Okay, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to say something really controversial. And I know that legally, as a Canadian, you are bound to hunt me down and kill me for saying the words I'm about to say. I have never been a fan of Bret Hart. I can't stand the guy. He's a fucking dick. He's a dick in real life. His character was awful. Most importantly, he's a dick in real life. He's just a dick. Like, I know he's always angry, he's always moaning, "Oh, Goldberg ended my career, and he's sloppy, and he ended my career." It's like, yeah, bro, but that was 25 years ago, and frankly, you were already 2 years past your prime when it happened. You hadn't drawn money in fucking ages. And you can't blame Bischoff for the fact he didn't draw money. He didn't draw money because he didn't want to draw money. He just didn't put any effort in. He's a whingy little bastard, and he can fucking crawl away for all I care. Like, yeah, I fully understand his viewpoint that when he first came into WCW, they absolutely dropped the ball on him. They absolutely dropped the ball on him. You don't bring in a guy in that situation and make him a referee on your biggest show of the year. Like, absolutely not. Everyone in the world knew he was showing up in the company. Everyone in the world knew he was going to be at Starrcade. You didn't have to announce it. You didn't have to put him in a stupid position as a referee. You didn't have to fuck about. All you had to do was have him come out at the end of the Starrcade main event and help Sting beat Hogan. That's all you had to do. Was all you had to do. Just have him do a run-in, sweep Hogan's leg, let Sting pin him. Gangbusters. Money is made. And yeah, after Owen died, like, he was done. But I will say that week he did also have the best match of his career. So he did have by some distance the best match of his career on the Owen tribute show. Like, there are very few Brett matches I will go back and watch because I just don't rate him that highly. Well, certainly I rate him as highly as he rates himself. But Mania 14 with Austin, absolutely, for sure. And the match with Benoit on the Owen tribute show. I never met Owen. I'm really sad I never met Owen. He's, by all accounts, great guy. I've heard a lot of stories from a lot of people who did know him, and I've never heard anyone with a bad word to say about the guy. And it's so rare. And people go, "Oh, well, you don't say bad things about him because he's dead." I've heard plenty of wrestlers talk a lot of shit about people who are dead. Trust me. If anyone's going to say shit about a guy for being dead, it's going to be a professional wrestler. I've never heard a bad word said about Owen. Oh, pants. Oh, piss. Goddard can't really play left back either, can he? For some reason. It's going to have to be up on there. But yeah, never had the pleasure. I mean, I was 14 when he died, so yeah, I was not really in a position where I would have done, unfortunately. But yeah, I've never heard never heard a bad word spoken about him. I've heard many bad words spoken about Brett. Many a bad word spoken about Brett. Everyone that we have ever met in common, where someone has mentioned Brett, has immediately just been like, he's a fucking prick. Oh, I've just made all my subs after 20 minutes because I was not fully focused. Fuck me. Fuck me sideways. I did meet Tommy. He was a cunt. Sorry. That was a strong reaction for this time on a Monday. What an asshole. What an asshole. Genuinely, what a prick. Like, I know it's an awful thing to say. It's an awful thing to say about another human being, but the general consensus about Tommy Billington was that the wheelchair was karma. Like, it was genuine general consensus amongst everyone that ever met him that it must be karma because he was the worst guy. Genuinely the worst guy. Just rude to everybody. Had nothing nice to say about anything. I thought, what top lads? You'll never hear me say a bad word about Shelley or Sabin. Never hear me say a bad word about Shelley or Sabin. Alex especially, great guy. Great guy. Would give you the shirt off his back. Absolutely top guy. Big fan of Punk as a human being. He's, again, just a nice bloke. Just a genuinely nice bloke. Corey Graves is lovely. He's a lovely guy. If I had to, like, pick someone modern in inverted commas, the best of the new breed that I know, that I've had extensive conversations with, is Mariah May, Blake Monroe. She's lovely. She's a lovely human being. Really, really friendly. Very honest, but never maliciously honest, which I love about her. Oh, what a goal from Jack Carboni. Never malicious. Not a bad bone in her body. She's very funny. We have had many 3 a.m. conversations about utter bollocks. So she definitely would make my list of, like, top people. Who else? Oh, Mick Foley. What a guy. What a lovely bloke. You can spend 5 minutes with Mick Foley and forget that he's famous. Completely forget that Mick Foley is famous. I don't even think Mick Foley knows he's famous. Just the most down-to-earth. So I worked on a show with Mick in 2004, 5-ish. And we were staying in the promoter's house overnight for this show. Like, me and him were both staying there with the promoter overnight. And, like, he was literally fighting me to sleep on the sofa. By which I mean, like, the promoter had, like, a spare bedroom and he had the sofa, right? And I was, well, Mick, you take the sofa, mate, because you're Mick Foley. And he goes, no, you've worked tonight, so you get in the bed, I'll sleep on the couch. And we ended up both sleeping on the couch. I say sleeping, we're just chatting bollocks all night. Just chatting shit all night. But, like, just, yeah. his whole thing was like, no, you've taken bumps tonight, so you can have the bed because you're going to be fucking ruined in the morning. Absolutely lovely bloke. Cannot say enough good things about him. And like, you'd think like you spend hours chatting with Foley and like you chat wrestling and shit with him. Nah, man, like he's just telling stories about like his wife and his kids and how proud he is of all of them. And great guy, really great guy. You think like with Foley, you get a chance to chat to him. The first thing you'd ask him about would be like Hell in the Cell or something, right? And like he did talk to me a little bit about it, but like I know more about Dewey and Noel than I know about Hell in a Cell. Like, that fella's so proud of his kids. It's amazing. Genuinely great guy. Like, really great guy. And I will say, like, as a locker room guy, one lesson that Mick taught me, which sounds really obvious when you're not in that wrestling bubble, and requires a real balance to get right. One thing Foley always did in the locker room, or I say always, was only with him for a few days, but one thing Foley always did in the locker room was that he would sit and get ready somewhere where he could watch the door to the women's locker room. Always. He always had one eye on the women's locker room. And if anyone looked like they were going in there to be a problem or a perv or whatever, he would be in front of that door like fucking lightning, and you wouldn't think Foley could move that fast. Like, he was so protective of the women. Because he'd seen, like, Sable and Sonny and Trish and all those guys go through so much shit. Like, nah, Foley was first line of defense. Very, very smart guy, very cool guy, cares about everyone around him. Like, even little things like you'd come back through the curtain and the second you got back to the locker room, the very first thing he'd say to you was like, are you alright? Any injuries? You hurt? Anything go wrong? Like, and it was little, like, and it wasn't just like feigning concern. Like, he was doing it in a way where, like, he was checking you weren't, like, trying to do that macho bullshit thing of, like, hiding a head injury or whatever. Like, if he got a whiff you taking a bang on the head, he was like, no, go see someone. Go see someone. You are not good until you've been cleared. Yeah, he is doing very well for it. I'm really, really happy for him. Like, losing £100 in a year is incredible work. It's incredible work. Like, he's one of those people I genuinely hope lives forever. I know it's not literally not physically possible, but I hope he lives forever. The world needs more people like Meg. It really does. No. Did I? No, I think I was supposed to be at a convention with her once. Like, I obviously wasn't signing shit at the convention because, like, who the fuck wants me to sign shit for them? No one's smart. But I think I was supposed to help with security at a convention once that she was supposed to be at, and then she pulled out at the last minute. I think she wasn't well or something. But that was the closest I ever came. I did meet Nicole Bass once, though. She was awful. seemed to feel like the world owed her something. I did. I have been to Winnipeg. That was I can't remember the name of the building I worked in Winnipeg. It was some shitty fucking high school armory community centre thing. Let me try and see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Where would it have been? Where would it have been? See if I can find it. I think it was whatever took over from IWA. Yeah, I think it was whatever took over from Tony Condello, because I remember Richie Acevedo, the Cuban assassin, was there. Was it Premier? I'm trying to think. I have a feeling I know Andrew Shawcross, but I don't know if it's from working for him or just round and about. Oh, hang on, guys. My mum's just calling. I'll be back in 2 secs. Sorry, guys. Apologies. No matter how many times I say the words "I'm in the middle of a stream," she still has questions. Watched a death talk documentary with Tony Condell and Jericho in person last year, sat 20 feet away from them. Cool. Fun. Right, let's play Sutton. I was really hoping we'd get through the rest of the season today. That's not going to happen. Let's play me. Yeah, in fact, let's do a quick pick just to see if it's reassessed how good any of our players are. I want Berardi on the left-hand side. That's good. That will work. I don't know why to goes in the middle, but I don't hate it. I don't want Miggins on the bench. Let's see, left back, right winger, striker. Do I have a guy to do that thing? Let's stick Bohe there. Who's better? Bohe, Ryan. Yeah, that'll do. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Right, yeah, as I said, apologies. Mum trying to take a hint. Not strong. She's having an issue with her bank, and I was like, "Well, speak to your bank." I'm not your bank. I know nothing about your bank, and I can't help you. Is basically what's going on. Good. Blah 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 blah. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Let's get this wound up and going. Yeah, as I said, apologies. I don't like being wandering midstream. It's very rude. It's very uncouth. So that's good. I'm just checking a thing in the background. My word, as we speak right now, ready for some big who wants big exciting news? Who'd like some big exciting types of news before we kick off this game? Anyone fancy some big exciting news? All right, I'll show you the big exciting news, shall I? I will show you the big exciting news live in real time. Let's just pause the game so I don't miss a goal. I'm going to show you the big exciting news in real time, shall I? Let's change to the interwebs window. And try and find the right tab. Because naturally I can find that first time when I need to. As we speak, chat, I just got a ping through. I'm ready to launch our brand new YouTube partnership. Shebang! Done. We can now be a real grown up YouTube channel. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? We're a real grown up YouTube channel now. Crazy stuff. We are grown-ups. That was the big news. I know. It's super exciting. That happened in real time whilst I was streaming. Thank you very much, guys. Real time that happened while I was streaming. Whilst I was talking to my mum, I saw the email ping through saying that had been accepted. So I am. I'll figure out how I make it work. You know, after I stream, because as much as I've done all the setting up of like membership tiers and stuff, I haven't worked out how I like make a video available early or whatever. I'll figure out on the back end. I'll get that done, and then what I'll do to celebrate is I will maybe make the rest of the weeks Supermarine as like a launch week special. I might make the rest of the week Supermarine available tonight. That might be a thing I do for members. That might be a thing I do. I say tonight, like after stream, once I've worked how to click the buttons and make it do the thing. There are Wednesdays and Fridays are already uploaded, so I should just need to press a button to make it available to members. But I'll have a look. That's the plan. How much am I charging? I just went with the default thing, so I think the bottom tier is like $2.99 a month, and there's like a $6.99 a month tier, I believe. But I'm not super 100% because I know I've just missed a goal. I was looking at the back end. Yeah, I'm not super 100%. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Number 651, I believe you are. I don't keep those numbers in my head. That'd be weird. I just happened to have seen it earlier. The number it was on. So that's what I'm assuming is what's happening. Let me have a little look whilst we... Let me know how the game goes. I'm looking at the back end. Can I make that available, the next one available for members now? Is that a thing that lets me do? Schedule from private to public there. From members only to public. Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand what it's asking me to do now. I fully understand. So, bear with. Let me know if we win. So, Wednesday's video is now available. And... so is Fridays. I mean, you know, that's fun. Nice day fishing. It is. Well, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you just missed the big news. Well, I've just become a YouTube partner. Whilst we've been streaming, I've just become a YouTube partner. How crazy is that? Oh, it's 1-1 now. Obviously, no one has to, like, become a member. You do you. I'm not going to cry over it, like. But if you chose to become a member right now, you'd get 2 early episodes of the Supermarine series, and I'll try other things. Like, we might do a special, like, bonus game for Monday, possibly. We'll do a bonus game, a bonus match in the series for Monday. That might work. But yeah, we hit a goal. We hit a goal. We are officially partners of the YouTubes. Dress up like Ric Flair on stream soon. Beautiful. Considering your technical clearance, fair enough, mate. Yeah, like I said, I don't expect anyone. It just happened, so I thought I'd announce it live. I'm not actually expecting anyone to. I'm not actually expecting anyone to become a member. I'm just excited that the option exists. Like, the option for super chats now exists as well, which is odd. My name is not Chase. My name is in fact Aria. It is down below. Yeah, that is my government's name. Sorry, just replying to a text with my mum. Oh, we've just conceded a goal. Yes, that's it. You celebrate with a Snickers. I'm so jealous. I haven't had a single Easter egg yet. But you bet your ass tomorrow I'm going to go find some discounted Easter eggs. It's also a great way to start my birthday week. It's my birthday in 3 days' time. I did set myself like a little side goal to become a YouTube partner by the time I was 40. And I'm technically still 40, so it counts. And as we know, as a lawyer, I live in technicalities. That's basically how my life exists. Is I just go, technically, and then people hate me. Technically, though, last sub. I think we'll take Smithyman off. I think Edwards might be more of a goal threat. It is a maze, and we have some... Oh, is that... My brain was like, is that Ric Flair? Yes, it is. But there we go. So that was big news to have on a Monday for Easter. I'm surprised people... Actually, it's not a holiday, is it, in America, Easter Monday? Because I think partner is actually checked by a human. Like, they do the channel check with a human. And I was like... when I saw it, I was like, that's not going to come through on Easter Monday. But I remember that Americans don't do Easter Monday. So, there we go. Doom, I am doing good. I am doing great. It's been a good day. We just became YouTube partners. Is Benny around? He's in the chat, but it's possible that Benny is lurking. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that too. It's very exciting. I've worked very, very hard. Some would say unnecessarily hard to become a YouTube partner. I pushed myself past the point where most people would have just gone, this is not worth the effort anymore. But there we go. We got there, and that's what matters. Just checking. Is Benny live? No. Sal is, though. Chris is. Stam is. Oh, all the boys are live. All the boys are live. UK has fallen to Islam. UK, do you guys have a 4-day holiday of Easter to America? Exactly that. The work did pay off. There you go. I'm living proof that it takes just 8 years to become an overnight human. I won't say success. No success has been had quite yet. Certainly not a sensation. But I do think there's some algorithm fuckery where if you're in the partner program, I think the homepage pushes your videos a bit harder. Because obviously YouTube wants to get themselves paid. So, wow. Apparently you can't say inbred fucks on Twitch, we just learned. Which is odd, because I just said it and there was no audible beeping noise. So that's good. I just realised, actually, I have not yet given Doom the Sword of Honour. Why have I not done that? It does restrict the use of family dynamics as an insult, it's true. It's the Sword of Honour for people I know stream that I trust, that I would consider friends of the channel, and people who have proven themselves responsible human adults. So, yeah, there you go. See, it's one of those things where we can just kind of all help each other out by keeping each other's chats free of dickheads, but also it means that I can then at a glance see if it's a streamer or if it's a whatsy, if it's someone else or whatever. Do you ever get a green sword? We'll see, Charlie. We'll see. You're You are, I would say, you are working your way into the positive from the previous indiscretions. I would say you've had a comeback story, but we're not quite there yet. And I don't think Simon or Liam would disagree with me there. To be honest, Paul, I didn't realise you didn't have one. In my head, you already had one. But yeah, I would say I obviously happy to have the the crown is for a Prime sub. Um, but yeah, I didn't even know you were subbed to me on Prime, but there we go. Must have missed a thing. It might just mean you've got Prime. It could be you just have Prime. I can't remember. Um, that's it. I'm glad Liam's on a similar page to me. Like, it's. I would say you are positive karma, Charlie. I think that's probably a fair reflection. You've tipped into positive karma. Why are we in this camera for the rest of time? It's a great camera angle, but I don't know why we're in this camera for the rest of the time. So you do have Prime. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how we got here. Presumably if I click skip replay, it will stop. There you go. But what? Things messed up on FM26? Don't say it. It couldn't happen. Couldn't happen. I might have slightly upset Clates the other day by suggesting that we might one day see a positive change happen at Sports Interactive where they actually test their patches and updates before they put them out. And he seemed a bit upset that I would suggest they don't test them. I can't imagine what evidence I would have that suggests that they don't test them. You guys seen any evidence that perhaps they're not being properly tested? Because I've never seen any evidence. That's fair. I obviously I don't know if it's the QA guys not doing the job properly, or if it's they're not being given enough of a heads up. There are variables. I'm talking SI as a holistic thing. There clearly isn't enough testing going on. Whether that's because they are not being given the game or given the update early enough to test it because it's being rushed out, or whether they're not being properly guided on what to look for or what it is, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs. I just know it feels like the updates aren't being properly tested before they come out. But that could be any one of 50 factors, you know? It could as much as it sounds like I'm saying the testing team don't know what they're doing, it's more a case of is it a case of they go, okay, we finally got all the bugs fixed we want to get out this week. It's Wednesday now. We'll push out the update on Thursday. Here, I'll give it a look. You know? Yeah. That's it. But again, that's an SI problem. It's not a QA problem. You know, this is happening because they don't have enough people in the testing pool. There's not enough testing hours happening for whatever reason, rather than the people doing the testing are doing it wrong. Like, if you think, like, let's say, it's a horrible example because they're the worst company in the world, but if EA were bringing out an update for FC26 tomorrow, you'd know for a fact that it had been seen by 50 to 100 QA testers who'd had a week with it to just go ham and find whatever could be wrong with it. Whereas I suspect with SI, it's more of a case of like 20 guys get given 12 hours, you know? It's probably not the case at EA either, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. There is an amount of testing you expect an update to have, and there is the amount of testing it's actually getting, and I suspect those numbers are wildly apart. I suspect they are well outside what you would consider a proper margin for error. It does help when EA don't change their game much every year. Although, to be fair, Sports Interactive, like we know we're going to be looking at this same engine with a couple of tweaks every couple of years for the next 20. That was the sense I was getting, Doom, is that it's whole testing or just compliance. Oof. Yeah, this is the sense I'm getting. It's not to do with the QA team's competence levels. It's to do with just not enough thought being put into the complexity of what they're being asked to do, and the time frame with which they're being given to do it would be what I would suggest was probably the case. I'm not in an insider position. I haven't worked directly with SI for 10 years. Yeah, it is. All work tends to be what these days. It's part of the reason why, like, as much as it's a fun milestone, it's part of the reason why I was really excited when I got the YouTube partner offer thing. Because I would love, as much as it's 10 years away at the current rate of growth, I'd love to get into a position where I could be self-employed, purely because then the only person that can work my dumb ass to death is me. And I already do that on the content, so I already spend 40 plus hours a week making content. But it's my choice. Like, no one's got a gun to my head that I know of. It was a terrible joke, I'm really sorry. Oh, they will, but they always have. So, as with everything, we go again. Right, let's put Miero. Is Miero good? When I start Twitch and you should some of the aim and kind of job hobby when I retire, you do it, mate. Do it. One thing I do recommend if you're going to do it, and you can do it for free as a start off, look into vidIQ. It's really helped me understand how to make YouTube work. Which is the same advice I give to anyone here who makes content, is have a look at vidIQ. I do enjoy making content. The worst part is the editing. I spend hours editing. And the trouble is, like, as I'm sure I hide really well, I'm so fucking autistic that, like, editing takes forever because I'm always making, like, micro tweaks. Like, if I was to stream my editing process one day, it would be boring. I wouldn't put any of you through that. But you'd see just how often I take out, like, a single frame. Because it's bothering me how long the gap is between words. There you go, I'll give you a link, Wall. Might also be good for Doom, Kit, anyone else who is making content to have a look at. Basically, it, like, teaches you how to make, like, titles, descriptions, etc. as effective as they can be, how to package things. It will talk you through, like, designing a thumbnail. If you really want to, like, be a full AI nerd, it will do thumbnails for you. I try not to do it. Like, I will say, like, have you got a suggestion for what this thumbnail is to look like? And then if I can't figure out how to do it in GIMP, I will get instructions. It's free on the lowest tier, which means you can use it for maybe a video a week. Like, you'll get probably 4 videos a month out of what you get on the free tier. And then the tier I'm on, I pay $14.50 a month, and that's more or less enough to do the 2 channels with. So there's for comic timing, on a sound alert for George Bush that aged on how long after his little speech he was going to say, now watch this drive. Yeah. Whereas, like, yeah, the number of times I walk out a single frame for, like, perfect pacing, it's a problem. Like, I've said this before, but, like, if I ever get into a stage when, like, it's making enough money, the first thing I'm doing is hiring a fucking editor. I'll have an editor hired so quickly. I'm a big fan of the Beyonce has 9,000 hours in a day theory. Don't know if anyone's familiar with the Beyonce has 9,000 hours a day whilst we have 24. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that as a theory. I got Copilot doing my Twitch growth recently. I have to get back to my own place so I can actually stream. It's fair. I just noticed now that a single frame from here. Oh, man, no, I wouldn't. Honestly, I'd watch it through. I go, that looks good. You crack on. We'll upload it. I think it's just because I'm so anal about, like, sound levels and, like, the length in which adverts go and all that kind of shit. Fair enough, Doom. We will see you soon. So if I'm lucky, I'll get to the end of the season. Where are we in terms of the season now? 7 games to go. 7 plus playoffs probably. But 7 games to go. I reckon we can do that by midnight. I reckon we can crack that out by midnight if I focus. If I can avoid my mum calling anymore. We really get our heads down. I reckon we can get this season done tonight. And we can go and get ourselves ready for League One football. And if we get the season done by 10:30... I might even make a switch to some zombies. As a special treat for everyone, I'll make a switch to getting killed by zombies. Because that sounds amazing. Indeed, 10 minutes for a scramble. We will get a scramble in. Don't worry, definitely getting a scramble in. We are definitely getting a scramble in. Hindo, we're good, mate. How are you? Welcome in. Lovely to see you. Glad you got to experience our friend Harry / Jack / Twatface last night. Wall went to Charlton. They said Scrannish rollover stuff. So blech. Ugh. Rollover's fine, like if you're really hungry and it's the only thing you see. But it should never be anywhere near a first choice for food. On a fly up tonight, about to head to bed with the kiddo. Fair enough. Well, you know, making sure the kid gets into a good sleep cycle, very important. Especially because, honestly, as much as we don't like to say it out loud, it's really nice when they're asleep, isn't it? On a 9-7. Oh, mate. I have no problem with the 9, it's just the 7. I suppose it's fine when they're school age, though, isn't it? So, fair enough, mate. Fair enough, I fully understand. Oh, 2.5. Oh my god. It's a great age, but oh, you're just in like that lovely transitional period between like it's nice when it's night when you get to that age where they find like they'll get into a sleep pattern and they're that at that sort of age, because after the first couple of years you're fucking exhausted, as I'm sure you well know. After the first like couple of years you're fucking exhausted, um and then you kind of get it to that stage, and then you enjoy it. You get to go to bed, you get to catch up on that sleep you feel like you lost out on for like 2 years, and then by the time they get to like 6 or 7 you're just like, yeah, I just want to sit here and watch movies without a kid asking me questions. That's nice that she's had a good sleep pattern there. That's good, it's good. But yeah, there is that weird transition between like, I'm knackered and I'd like the kid to go to bed, and so I can go to bed, and I'm just tired of being asked 400 questions every 5 minutes, and I'd really like it if I could just have some time to be a grown up now. That's nice. That's nice. So my daughter has always been known as Bear. She's always been nicknamed Bear ever since she was a baby, and it's because we used to have naps together on the sofa, and I'd have her cuddled under my arm like a teddy bear. So she was always just known as Bear. Like even to this day, she's 20 now. She's still called Bear by everyone in the family. I'm sure she'll grow to hate it, but yeah, that's true. That's true. Be a grown up. I think this is quite a grown up hobby. I think this is quite an adult hobby, right? Because, like, realistically, we're not streaming ourselves playing video games. We are independent television presenters. It just so happens that what we present is a TV show that plays video games in real life. You know? Realistically, there's no difference between what we do and what Noel Edmonds does. Except less noncy and we don't drive around in a taxi. You know? How you take it, mate. But that's my philosophy. Like, the way I see it is that if the difference in skill set between being, and I say this having done radio, the level of skill, the difference in skill set between this and doing live TV, live radio, is negligible. It's a negligible difference. It really is. You know, you've got to be switched on. You've got to be aware of what's going on around you. You've got to be able to just vamp off the top of your head. You've got to try and be entertaining while you're doing it. There's a camera. There's a microphone. There's honestly no difference between like what we do as Twitch streamers and, you know, what the fella on the news does, or Noel Edmonds, or name your dickhead who's on Radio 1 because I'm too old to listen to it now. You know, it's we're in the same business as them. And like, realistically as well, like, yes, whilst we've got little tiny men playing football on a video in front of us, is there any difference between me commentating on this and what Martin Tyler does? Do we not realistically do the same job? We comment on football matches, it's just his involves real people and mine involves virtual ones. That's my philosophy of it. And actually, I would say we do it better than Martin Tyler, because he also doesn't have people in chat asking questions whilst he's trying to commentate on the game. So, multitasking, see? That's it. There is more atmosphere in a Twitch chat than a Premier League stadium. Especially, and we can fucking swear, absolutely. But yeah, that's honestly that's I think that's the way to look at it. I think like when people go, "Oh, you're a grown up that plays video games." No, I'm a person that entertains people. That's what my thing is, just to entertain people. I just happen to be playing a video game while like my job doesn't fundamentally change between me. That would be amazing. My job doesn't change fundamentally. If I've got Football Manager in front of me, I could be sat here writing a book. I still have the same job. My responsibility is still to be entertaining for chat. I could be playing chess. I could be cooking. I could be doing like all of us that do Twitch, regardless of what genre we're in, are still just presenting a live TV show. It's just the content of that TV show changes. And also, if you could get Martin Tyler to do "It's fucking Aguero," I'd be all over that. I bet he'd do it on like, what's that fucking thing called? What's that bollocks thing called where you pay random celebrities a tenner to say bollocks? It'll come to me. It'll come to me. It won't come to me. But you know the thing I mean. I'm sure Martin Tyler's on there. not quite politics. Yeah, cameo. That's the one. I bet Martin Tyler's got a cameo where you could pay him a tenner to do that. I bet he would. He seems like the kind of fella who'd find that funny. There's a guy on YouTube, and I can't remember his name. Funny enough, sorry, when that feeds into that feeds into what I was about to say. There's a fella on YouTube whose name I can't remember, whose whole thing is to try and get Nigel Farage to say incredibly out of character things by like tricking him on cameo. Like he'll pay him a tenner and either get him to say something undeniably incredibly racist so he can't try and claim he's never said anything racist, or to get him to like admit to a crime but in the most roundabout way where he can't work it out when he's reading the thing. Chat rules say no hate. We can hate Farage. Is that allowed? Absolutely. So when I say hate, I'm talking like racism, fucking nationalism, xenophobia, all that bollocks, you know? And like, for me, hate's a really specific thing. Like, for example, like, you and I can have that like standard Scottish English banter, but we know it's banter. Is Scottish nationalism allowed? Only if it's the Scottish nationalism that supports trans rights. If it's not, then we have issues, but otherwise, yeah. Farage will say anything for 50 quid, he absolutely will. But, yeah, like, for me, like, hate is all about context. Like, if it's us having banter, it can get fucking vicious, you know? But it's still banter. Like, there's no malice behind it. It's just a bit of piss taking. I'm all for that. I'm always fine with that. It's just when people are being dicks for no good reason. It's just when people are just being dicks for no good reason is when it's officially banned. Like one of those you know it when you see it kind of things. It's really funny. I was watching like no worries. I was watching Riff Tracks earlier, and I was thinking it's really sad there's not a British version of this. And I thought about doing it, and I was like, who would I invite to do like a Riff Tracks style thing if I was going to do one on stream? And it'd be like probably Kit, TJ, and Chuck most likely. Not that once you get Chuck laughing he ever stops. It would just be like me and Kit crack a joke and then Kit chuckles for like an hour. But I was like, why has no one ever done like a more British? I know Chuck's not British. Why has no one ever done a proper British Riff Tracks? Because we have the finest sense of humour in the world. It's just mean and no one likes it. We're a naturally gently mean people. we've got a gap between games. You know what we could do with a gap between games, chat? Stay with me. Stay with me on this. But imagine, right, if we had a gap between games and that time was something we could use for a little something that we like to call scramble. Now let me set the old auto run on here, because we've got a whole week between games. And then let's casually nip over here, go to the interwebs and make that window full size. And then let's go play some Scrandle, shall we? Now, for those who are new around these parts, Scrandle's a very simple game. Here's the website that gives you a badge. That should be their banner. You're going to see 2 pictures of food. You say left or right, and decide which one looks like the tastiest food, and we all vote together. So, Charlton Athletic are offering a bargee burger, which looks like it's in a glazed roll, which I'm okay with. Or we've got Oxford City offering pigs in blankets, and I will say, I've eaten these, and they're really fucking good. But they're also pigs in blankets. You cannot go wrong. They come with roast potatoes, they come with gravy, they're just a £5. Simon is saying left, the bargee burger. Will is saying right. Anyone else want to get involved? Who's out there? I know Liam loves a bit of Scrandle. Kit loves a bit of Scrandle. Kit may have already played today, though. Doom's currently was at Charlton yesterday. A burger wasn't anywhere on the fucking menu. This is from 2022. They might have changed their food supplier to someone cheaper. Alright, well, if it's going to come down to me making the choice, we're going to go right, because I've put that in my face. And I know it's good. Alright, we have a full hog burger from the Metropolitan Police, so it comes with a side of racism and violence. Beef patty, bacon, sausages and cheese for £6. Cracking, that's cracking scran. Or £6 at Manchester City will get you a cheesesteak. And frankly, I think we should get Benny to weigh in on this if he was around, because I don't know if that legally qualifies as a cheesesteak. I don't know if a proper Philly boy would say that was legally a cheesesteak. Speaking about half the chefs, no, it doesn't. I mean, that was my inclination as a trained chef. I know I would say that was not a Philly cheesesteak. I think that's just a really sloppy looking cheese toastie. That's true. It's true. I didn't account for the sub. I just accounted for the fact it looked fucking awful. Simon's saying right. Will, you saying right or left? Hindo, right or left? Which would you rather put in your face hole? So this is where the challenge comes. Which one most appeals? The full hog burger contains beef, bacon, sausages and cheese. So that's a winner. Whitewashing Huron violating bricks with the guys owned by the sheikhs. Well, yeah, that's true. It's tough. £6 is good for Manchester City. I don't think it's actually from Man City. I think it's from like a burger van outside Man City. I get the sense it's a burger van outside Manchester City. It is pot kettle. It's true. It is true. Looks like Wall's going to have the casting vote, though. Are we... Yeah, look, because I'm going by... You see the burger van here in the background? And also the paper does say Northern Soul on it. It looks like we're outside the empty hat here. Wale's going to go with the Popo. Okay. So that's... so lost. My brain died. So it's 1 for right, 1 for left, 2 for left. Okay. Boom. Done. Indeed. Fuck Man City. Right, we have the Wigan kebab, pies, peas and gravy in a roll for £4. I don't know why it's called a Wigan kebab at Rochdale, but we'll go with it. Or we've got Tottenham offering a dairy milk donut for £2.95. Now, this is tough because this looks fucking disgusting. And this looks like every donut I've ever seen in a supermarket. I'm sure you do, Heido. I'm sure you do. Do you want to share it with us? Simon's saying right. I mean, I feel like I would go right because it's the only one that looks safe to eat. Oh, the spaghetti had, of course. I have come across the spaghetti had before now. I have come across the spaghetti had before now. Vegan kebab is, but it does also look slightly poisonous. It does look a touch poison. Do you know what I mean? Like, that pastry's not been in the oven long enough. 5 stars for Hindo for the joke. 5 stars. We've only had one vote so far for right. Wale is going right because the pie is already a sandwich, so we should stop making it a thing. Do you know what? That's world-class logic, and I'm fully behind that. I'm fully behind that. A pie is already a sandwich. A pie is a sandwich. A pasty is a sandwich. A pizza is a sandwich. Oh, Scotland objects. Oh, we've started a border war already. It is just a dairy milk donut with a 209% price increase. I'm not going to lie, but chat has spoken. I believe we have 2 votes for right. So we'll go right. As much as it pains me to allow... Oh, Liam's gone in right as well. The South is speaking. Right, double bacon cheeseburger for a £9. Folkestone Invicta. Fuck me. Your entire team's not worth £9. Or a chicken Balti pie for $3.75 at Wolves. Oh. Ouch, China, ouch. We've got a right, a left. It's a tough one, because I love me a double bacon cheeseburger, obviously. Burger on the left, I hope the atmosphere was lit, because the fucking grill wasn't. It's true. Balti is basically a pucker pie, you're not wrong. Alright, we've got 2 votes on the left, 1 on the right. I'm going to boldly guess that Hindo is going to pick the pie. Can you pick up? I mean, you can, but we've got to go left or right here. I suppose at this stage you could abstain, but if you were to abstain, the burger is going to win because it has had more votes. I believe. Yes. The autorial vote right. Okay. Well, I'm going to go right, even though I'm not a huge fan of a Balti pie. I'm less of a fan of food poisoning. So, people picked the burger. The vast majority of people would rather have the burger than the pie. Fuck me. I gave my sister her first ever macaroni pie the other day, and she had no idea what the fuck was happening. It was outstanding. And of the 2 of us, she's the one that's lived in Scotland, which just tells me she's broken. Right, double cheese bacon burger £6 from Hampton and Richmond. Apple and mince pie crumble from Brighton. We have got a left from Hind, a right from Wale, a left from Liam. Football clubs do need to do more desserts. Or Simon's gone left, trying to play scramble at its own algorithm. What are we saying? Jesus. You are right though on they should be more desserts at football grounds. But then I'd also be a much fatter person. Scriptural was just, can we put it in a pie? Or deep fry it. Let's not forget the fine art of deep frying. Right, Brentford. We've talked about the Brentford sharing box before. We know it's 20 quid with drinks and a programme and that. But it looks fucking peng. It looks incredible. So it's 2 burgers, 2 steak pies, chicken strips, cheese bites, mozzarella sticks, 2 drinks and a programme. Whereas on the right, at the London Senior Cup, we have a chicken special souvlaki for £9. Like, you have to think this is enough food for at least 4 regular sized people, or at least 1 me. So Liam's going right, Simon's going left. Don't forget the Italy 50 get Hamden saying we're going to deep fry your pizza. I really need to go to a game at Hamden. At least one football fan 13 pints deep. Left is the right answer. I need to go to a game at Hamden at some point. It's on my bucket list. It's on my bucket list. Fun enough, I was in Edinburgh the night you guys qualified for the World Cup. And I could have got tickets. And I completely forgot the game was that night. Very annoying. Going left because being your... But yeah, it's true. It's true. Even as a 1-person job or a 2-person job, that's a job. It's a winner. Oh, you were there. Oh, my lord. Right, another Wigan kebab with chips. This time at South Shields. Why is this called a Wigan kebab? People of Wigan are generally not that dysfunctional. But that's £4.50 at South Shields. Or at Frome Town, we've got a pulled pork cheeseburger with slaw for £7. Now, we've got a right from Wale, a right from Hindo. Stop making pies in bread a thing. Wall's going to start like a fucking government petition. It's going to be on change.org. Make it illegal. I'm actually with you on the gravy thing. Like, even if we do accept that pie in bread is acceptable, the second you put the gravy on it, you're just making the bread wet. So, what are we doing, you know? So we've got a right. We're all saying right for the posh slaw. I'm not a fan of slaw, but we are going to go with the right, I feel like. Carbs on carbs on carbs. Absolutely. I fucking love carbs. I'd be thinner if I didn't. Right, we've got the Old Faithful from Indonesia, the ice cream sandwich. It's literally where they put a block of ice cream in some bread. This is a thing, and it's 50p. Or we've got a pie in a donut. It's not a pie in a sandwich. This is a pie in a donut at Nairn County. It's a large number of votes for the ice cream sandwich. See, for me, pies and donuts are worse than sandwich. See, now you say that. For me, this comes down to what's in the pie. Because if it was a sweet pie, not a savoury pie, that could be really good. But it'd have to be something really, really magical in the pie. It looks like we're going left, but Hindus is unreal, so that's good knowledge. What kind of pie is it? I'm curious. Right, Halifax Town 2022, a cottage pie. That looks fucking awful. That looks like someone ran it over for £4.50. Or a green cheeseburger at Palmeiras for £4.50 with a green beer. It is worth mentioning. Oh, you picked the pie. Oh. Was there a sweet pie option? I'm curious now. I quite like the idea of the green cheese. I do. You make a great point. Who ran over Kermit? Childhood trauma just occurred. I just think this cottage pie looks fucking awful. Rip Kermit indeed. I think this cottage pie looks fucking awful. And I can kind of get behind special coloured food. Why is there pork in This is what happens when Kermit gets pegged. That's what's just occurred here. Kermit got pegged at Palmeiras. Wow. This has gone awfully wrong. Right, I think we're saying left. It does indeed. Right, we've got curry, cheese and chips for £4 at Galway United, or Slough offering fish and chips with halloumi and curry sauce for £12. Right, now, this is just wet. This would upset Llama. This would upset Llama so much that he might actually excommunicate the entire nation of Ireland. But this is an attempt at posh fish and chips in Slough. And you see, the big issue with that is trying to do posh in Slough. Like, you're literally a town that exists for people who can't afford to live in London or Reading. Or a left and a right. You sell posh fish and chips, don't monkfish. Nice. Simon loves halloumi, so we're going right. Wall wants to go a slab at £12. Absolutely. Bigger portions out of your local chippy for a £5 is factual. And they're not real chips. That's true. Balsamic pickled onion. Oh, it's dirty. It's dirty. So we've got a vote for each. 2 votes for each then, it looks like. Unless Wall's going to really shock me. It looks like we've got 2 votes for each. Been to Slough, might have been on the menu to be fair. Fair enough. I think I am going to pick as the... We are down south though, mate. What? Hang on, no, what? There's £12 in Scotland? How the fuck do you get £12 out of a Scot without a shotgun? Fuck me. I think we'll go right because it looks slightly nicer. Oh, that's banging. All right, we've got a sausage. What the fuck is that? First of all, can we just enjoy this? Not only is this sausage roll £2 and burnt to fuck, but apparently Airdrie Onions is in England. Let's just take a moment to enjoy the fact that whoever put this on Scrandle thought that this burnt sausage roll they ate at Airdrie was in England. I hope they didn't say that out loud whilst they were in the terraces, because they would fucking die. Right, we've got 2 rights for the spicy sausage with some bread. I don't think this is a close competition, if I'm honest. It was closer than it should have been. Much closer than it should have been. Oh, we got 9 out of 10. We are silent as Scransins today. We're above community average. Because we know what the fuck we're doing. We know how to judge good food, bad food, and the rest of food, because we have eyes and we don't want to die. Airdrie are your club's rivals. So it was a 6-foot blonde bird, you still choose right. That's fair enough. It's fair enough. It's true. Most clubs don't allow you to bring in weapons, and they are serving drinks. Although I will say, there are certain clubs where they do allow you to bring in weapons, because as we all know, Oxford United fans, Bristol Rovers fans, and West Ham fans are all fucking weapons. So, No to Scotland history. 6'1" bird from Sesame. I think you'll find Big Bird is actually 7'4". I'm pretty sure that's actually dead on, by the way. That I think that was actually genuine random knowledge that was in my head somewhere. Evening, Andy. Welcome in. Oh, I was wrong. He's 8'2". 8'2" is Big Bird. He might have taken Big Bird round the back alley. Fair. if that's your thing. We've just found out Hindo's a secret drunken furry. And Scotland been to rugby games where people are semi-civilised. Oof. Must have been a hell of a rugby game. How are you, Andy? Welcome in. You just missed Scrandle. We witnessed the death by pegging, in fact, of Kermit the Frog. That was an interesting experience. Yeah, I did just say those words. You just heard those words come out of my mouth. Right, let's go beat Tranmere. That's what we've got to do. We've got to beat Tranmere. Because we've got to get this promotion run back on track. Because for us to take over in third and currently be in the playoffs is a little bit embarrassing. It's a little bit embarrassing. I'm sick and tired of good results. Go out there and just don't fuck it up. It's not hard. Let's go. Let's get underway. We are underway. And we are going to win. Possibly. Area score right for half time, says Bastard north of Clyde. Brought a pie, rough as fuck, starving, freezing. Natural instinct took over. The pie ended up in the home end, followed closely by the Bovril. Fucking hell. Death by wifey begging, the official title of the DWP. So the worst part is that you just get £6 for a frozen pie. Fucking hell. Cambridge are gonna fuck the autos up. Well, I don't wanna ruin your day, Andy, but that might be a thing here. As I said, we were third when we took over, mate. It's gone badly wrong in the second half of the season. We badly need to start putting some points together. We are only like 5 points off the autos, but it wasn't frozen anymore. It was just Scotland in December. March. So my sister went to uni at Edinburgh. And I never bothered going to visit her because fuck driving that far to just go and, you know, hang out with her for a couple of hours or whatever. So I had never been in Edinburgh sober until recently. I've been there many times whilst drunk, but I'd not been there sober for a good reason. But I was in Edinburgh, and I had no recollection of ever being in Edinburgh. I just know I'd been to Edinburgh before. Anyway, my sister messaged me, she goes, so what do you think of Edinburgh? I was like, basically what you could have warned me was that Edinburgh is just a bunch of pubs stuck on the side of a mountain. Was basically all I found there, was a bunch of pubs stuck into the side of a mountain. Like, I'm not a physicist, but it's really impressive they built so much of Edinburgh on a vertical incline. Because I'm pretty sure gravity means it should fall down. Near a rock with a castle is absolutely true. I went to the castle, I'll be honest. It was a castle. It's not particular. Like, when I was younger, I used to think like, oh, history is really interesting. Like the architecture and shit of this is like, it's kind of cool. And as you get older, you just realise once you've seen like 3 or 4 castles, you've seen every castle. There really isn't a lot of difference between castles. Pubs, junkets and tourist traps is true. I went 3 years ago. Hindo is from north of the border. They breathalyse you on the border. If you pass, you have to go to Newcastle until you drink enough. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. You're not wrong on that assessment. There is rumours that that is a thing that happens. Boner Bridge? Jesus. Do you want to know a fun fact about Boner Bridge? I can give you a fun fact about Boner Bridge. If you'd like. And always Millie's mother-in-law, what's it like? So Boner Bridge, famously, is a part-time drawbridge. In that if you want to let a boat through, you just feed it a couple of Viagra. Oh, I fucking was running out in August. That is the Boner law. That is true. I remember when I was at uni, we had a group of mates who were kind of mixed from all over the place. And we had a couple of Scots in there, and one of our friends goes, "I'd really like to go and visit Scotland in summer." And bear in mind, I was at Oxford Brookes at the time. He goes, "I'd really like to go and visit Scotland in the summer." And our mate just turned around and goes, "Well, that's a long trip for 10 minutes." And the guy had no idea what he was referring to. The rest of us were fucking howling. Absolutely howling. There is a lot of history. It's true. There is a lot of history. Pictish and Norse stuff. Just making up Lord of the Rings stuff now. Bloody Pictish people. Fucking Sam and Frodo and all that. I don't know what's going on with the older. I think Ma wants to go to John O'Groats. I've heard he's fit. Liverpool women might be able to save their season next couple of games. It's amazing. So where you were in December. It's true. Because you look fucked in December. I think we all looked at the WSL table in December and just thought Liverpool are fucked. And I don't think that's. I imagine it was a similar. It was a similar feeling on Merseyside. Oh, Andy, you'll start a war if you start putting that in chat. Well, not, especially if Kit's around as well. Oh. Winning against West Ham mathematically safe in a semi-final at home. It's the one. I mean, John O'Groats. I'm of the opinion that John O'Groats is probably a little bit overrated because it's just a place. It just happens to be the furthest point north. Like, it basically exists to stop people visiting Inverness, doesn't it? Yeah, they have been poor here, but they have been improving. They're going to finish above Everton, so we like that. That's good. It will be shocking. It's the nipple on the tit of Scotland. I mean, the less said about Rod Stewart, the better. Shocking as in It'll be fucking freezing at John O'Groats in August. I cannot stress enough. It's on the northern coast of Scotland. Basically, Andy, what we're saying here is just send her a picture you found on Google of John O'Groats and tell her she's seen it. So we get relegated. Playoffs at third. WSL 2 would have been quite a complicated game. It's fair. It's fair. There is quite a gap. Recommend Malay. Okay. I know nothing about it, but sure. We're going to go with local knowledge. I'm just going to make jokes about Scotland raining all the time. I used to live with a girl from Glasgow, and she'd go on. There was this nightclub in Glasgow that she used to go to all the time, and she was like, "Oh, you can get a triple vodka Coke for £1," and I'd be like, "I think only in your head is that a good thing. Like, yes, it's cheap, but that also sounds like a really fast way to die." No, it wasn't Savoy or Sticky Vicky's. Let me... see if it'll come up on Google when I type in Glasgow nightclubs. I mean, you'd hope it would, but... Cat House. It was Cat House. She is a big fan of the Cat House. I'm genuinely shocked that didn't come straight into my head, because she used to talk about that fucking place all the time. Oh, you'd love the Cat House. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Because the only description you ever give me of the Cat House is that it's just a place where people drink ridiculously strong drinks for no money, and then either end up catching an STD or getting stabbed. That was all the stories she ever told of the place. Like, you've done a really poor job of selling me on this particular nightclub. Like, if your best effort to describe how great a nightclub is to tell me all the stories of the number of times you've picked up an STD there, or one of your mates has been stabbed, I don't think that sounds like a place I want to visit. Nanciest place in the UK outside of Westminster, fair. It's on the infamous Four Corners. Any local delicacies? Oh, well. I think, Andy, you need to try a pine-up. A pine nut, Andy. Just like, yeah, just like Hondo just put in the old chat. It is quite literally a pie inside a donut. Very literally is exactly what it sounds like. We don't know why it exists. we've sort of resigned ourselves to not asking any questions. Down with that sort of thing, Father. Down with that sort of thing. Right, since I only look at one player, have you still... Are you haven't re-upped your deal. Okay, good. Let's scout him then. We'll scout Patrick Acker. And Pablo Ruiz we'll have a look at too. Why not? Haggis. Oh. That's it. Yeah, it's true. You've got to have a fresh caught haggis. It's eyelids and Arsenal. Andy, you should be used to that, mate. You should be used to that. You live in Cambridge. That basically describes the entire Cambridge Union. I do wonder how many tourists they get every year with that. I really do. I genuinely wonder how many American tourists they get people with that. Oh, there's a if I can fucking find the right window for it. There is a church in Oxford. Let me see if I can find a good picture of it. Let me see if I can find a good picture of it. I say a church. It's actually a memorial. Can I just see the picture without having to go to like a Jesus website? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. So this is the Martyrs Memorial in Oxford. And a friend of mine does tours around the city. And for years, he's been convincing American tourists, dead-ass convincing American tourists, that this is actually the spire of a church that sank into the ground. And that the entrance to you can enter the church. The entrance to the church is round here, where my mouse is. And if you go down there, you can go and visit a church, and only the most special people are allowed into the church. This is a public toilet. And I reckon he gets 100 tourists a year with that. Astronauts are now the furthest away from Earth that any human's ever been. Is quite impressive. Fair play. Are they American tourists? Are they American astronauts? Some would say the dark side of the moon. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I thought we'd done the right thing and properly deported a bunch of Americans, but it turns out we've accidentally got mixed up and put a Canadian on the boat. Terrible. Terrible. I know it's a misnomer. I know there's not a dark side of the moon, Simon. I know. I'm edumacated. I've read like at least 3 issues of the Beano. Lads, are you some advice about Football Manager? Well, I reckon a few of us know a little thing or two about Football Manager. It's just a suspicion, but I think a couple of us might have some Football Manager knowledge to share. But it is just a wild guess. It is a wild guess that we know some stuff. Measure the brass eye skip. Narrow it down. How far do I ask for affiliates? Okay. Go to the board, but there's no option. Well, it should be in networking, and if there's not an option, it means your club can't have one, usually because of financial difficulties. NASA were in a panic when they sent a nonce into space and accidentally left a child in the capsule with them. Ah, indeed. Indeed. Oh! Hello, boys and girls. We've got some youth intake. We've got some youth intake. I do know that one. Fancy the hump. There we go. See? Knew it. Diagnosed it on the phone like the NHS does most of the time these days. So we've got Leo Green, a goalkeeper, 15 years old. A whole whopping 2.5 star potential ability. Maybe 3.5. He's very good at handling, so he can work in a factory, which is probably where he's going to end up. He's got a tendency to punch people with 13 aggression, so he might be a mediocre boxer. Decent reflexes, won't make a yoga instructor. Not quite agile enough for the Olympics, but he's very determined and makes some decent decisions. But he's 5'10", so he does need help getting boxes off the top shelf. That is very true. I feel like I should sign him just because I don't have a backup goalkeeper for next season yet. Which I know is a really poor reason to sign him, but a little bit up shit creek for next season as things stand. Sean Lopez, the right winger. Does he have a second nationality? He does. He's from Gibraltar. He's one of our boys. He's level-headed. He's from Gibraltar. He's not ambitious, but that's okay. He's from Gibraltar. He doesn't need ambition. He's never going to play in an international tournament. He's got 14 heading, but he's 5'5". I think he worked on the wrong stuff as a kid. I don't think he had the best under-10s coach. I'll be honest. 8 for finishing, 8 for crossing, 9 for passing, 14 determination, 14 leadership. No one listens to him because he's tiny, but he's got 14 for leadership. Decent pace and acceleration, and he works hard. Someone's genius suggestion the other day, everyone should go buy Planet of the Apes costumes before they come back. If only we had the coordination. Thing is, right, we wouldn't have to go and buy them if Jeff Bezos was funny. If Jeff Bezos was funny, he's already got all of our addresses. He'd just send us one. It's not like he needs the money. Miracle Igodaro. We do need a miracle. Again, 13 heading, 5'6". What the fuck are my youth coaches doing? Are they paying any attention to our players as they get older? We're doing an opposite of Crew. Or Rangers. Or Celtic. I know we don't want to end up on the news, but if we could pay at least some attention to the kids. It doesn't have to be creepy amounts of attention. Just a little bit of attention. Exactly. If I was as loaded as Bezos, all the jokes would be played. And yes, if you're watching this from Glasgow, I did just make a joke about the old firm having Nancy youth coaches, and I don't apologise. The secret is to not have Nancy youth coaches. This was a public service announcement. I'm glad I could help. You see, this guy's 6'1", can't head the fucking ball at all. He's a bit shit. Are any of these guys going to be any good at all? Conor Morgan? Maybe. Have you ever thought about not employing, not exactly, questions I ask of schools, the government, football clubs, the BBC? We regularly ask the BBC that question. Turns out Scott Mills was apparently noncing. So the rumour goes. And the whole world went, what, a BBC presenter noncing? No. It's never happened before. Well, see this fella, he's 6'3", he can jump and he can't do anything once he's up there. Darren Davidson of the Gym Clan, he actually might not be the worst. We might give him a little look. It's really funny, but I think the greatest day in history that is coming, like the history of the future, is going to be the day when some brave Metropolitan Police officer, one of the few that's not racist or weird, is finally going to check the hard drives of Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson and find all the kiddie porn on them. That said, they'll still get voted for because the people who vote for those kind of people are stupid. But it's going to happen. I guarantee you, when Farage dies, someone's going to have to get rid of all his electronics. They're going to check his hard drive, and it'll have more 6-year-olds than a nativity play. Just throw it out there. Now then. Let's not tarnish the name of Jimmy Savile by associating him with Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage. Like, he was a scummy fella, but let's not go that far. Even dead nonces deserve more respect than being associated with the living ones. At least he had the good sense to die. So turn your keyboard lights back on, which is nice. Excellent, Simon. Please tell me you didn't find out accidentally whilst Googling how to turn them back on. Because that would be far too funny. Isn't Farage named in the Epstein files about 20 times? If it was only about 70 times. If it was only 70 times, I'd be shocked. I'd be genuinely shocked if it was only 70 times. Like, you know how in your head you have this idea of like the stereotype fella who looks like he touches kids? If that's not Nigel Farage in your head, I don't know what school you went to. Like, he looks like the guy I was warned about by my parents when I went out at night. Now, I'm not surprised he flips out. I was trying to turn them off, but then no, I had to deliberately turn them on. Oh. Sad. Hang on now, I haven't even had a chance to scout this fella yet. Calm the fuck down. Alright, is he cheap? Because my number one priority is he cheap? He's not cheap enough. Oh well, I guess he'll be playing for Bury then. Not that it makes a lot of difference right now, I'll be honest. In fact, Cambridge could lose to Go. Oh no. Anyway, shortlists. Oh, we are getting scouting recs for these guys. Good. Gonzalo McKee. Any of these guys going to be cheap? Let's start with Glenn Hudson. Oh, he's signed a new deal. No, he hasn't. Oh, they've probably just not released him yet. That makes sense. Issa Dufour. He's only got a D. Let's have a look at the youngsters. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Agim Bessini. We know nothing about him. Is he affordable? No, he wants paying. Players look genuinely terrible. They do. I'm just curious to see if we can actually afford any of them. I'm not in a hurry to actually get them in. Just curious to see if we can actually afford to start negotiating with them, yet we can't. But I am hoping what will happen is we'll get like a report on enough of them that we can make something happen. Because that would help. So already messed up on David Masson. Oh, he's a Northern Irish. He would have been alright. Coventry and Borough drop points. Lovely. If people travelled more than these astronauts, by the way, are reform voters when they go out of the way to blame immigrants for how shit the country is thanks to their MPs. Yeah. But can the astronauts get back? That's the most important question. Because like, it's all very well like firing up them up in a rocket into space, like. But can we get them down? Because historically, that's always been the most important bit. And you might think, well, obviously they wouldn't have sent them up into space. They had no idea how they were going to get them down. But there are Americans involved. Alright. They've done the Wile E. Coyote slingshot movie, famous by Armageddon. Oh. Valid. We do love a Wile E. Coyote slingshot maneuver. Oh, it's been nice to have a really active chat tonight. It's lovely. Thanks for being here on Easter, guys. I didn't get any Easter eggs, but I did get you guys, and it was a much, much better gift. I didn't even have to die for 3 days to get it. Right, I'm going to leave you guys in charge of the first half. I want you to focus up and win. I'm going to get something to drink because I'm starting to run out of liquids. Focus up. Let's get Cambridge a win, alright? I believe in you. Okay, we're back. We're back. Queuing for the Wigan Kebab. Fuck Scunthorpe. Fair enough. 1-1. You guys have done a very good job managing this first half. I'm very proud of you. Well, that's half time. 1-1. Very good work from you guys managing that first half. I will say, I don't like what I just saw from this team. I didn't see it. You all saw me not seeing it. Good work. Let's tell these guys to get better. Go football. Let's go beat Scunthorpe United. The Scunthorpe problem is that they are Scunthorpe. I should have a look at a league table, really, shouldn't I? It'd be nice to know what. No, not that one. Not that one. That one. Oh, that's a goal. Richard Anderson, off of Stargate, just scored an own goal for us. That'll help. You can ask the question, and if I can answer it, I will do. I'm a bit rusty, but I'll give it a go. Give it an old stretch of the old legs, you know. Dust the old brain off. He did MacGyver a goal for us. Out of nowhere. Literally built out of a coat hanger, a watch battery and his mum's vibrator. Jamie Rice scores. There we go. That was a double reference. That was a MacGyver reference and a Mallrats reference all at once. Pay for air parking at Stansted. Change the flight to Gatwick on a different date. They want £82 for parking. Surely the original contract stands. No, it does not. No, it does not. Second you change the terms of the contract, the original contract became void. Now, realistically, they should offer you a good faith rebooking thing. Like if they wanted to charge you a £5 to change the date, that'd be good business sense, but they're not obliged to. You may be able to cancel the original one and get the money back. Possibly. Oh no, you can't change. You can't just change the date on the park. It's a different airport. Yeah, you might be able to get your money back on the original parking, but they're not necessarily obliged to give you that money back. But yeah, you will have to pay for parking again, and also because you're at a different date, like a different airport. But yeah, you should be able to get a refund. You should be able to get a refund. Because you haven't parked there yet, the date hasn't gone, they've not made any efforts to reserve the space for you. Bar booking it in on their computer system, which doesn't really count as an effort to do anything. Like, I would say they've expended no time or energy into this process so far, therefore you should be fine. Hashtag not legal advice. Just in case anyone else is watching with a similar problem. Yeah, you should be fine. And I also have to hashtag not legal advice. It is worth noting that if I wasn't streaming at this point, Andy probably would have texted me the question. So and he's very capable of just texting me the question. But I happen to be on stream. That's it. That's texting to me, Andy. At my age, that's texting. I get so many random people. Like, the worst thing about having a law degree is you get so many people texting you random legal questions. Like a friend of a friend would text me, be like, "I have an issue with like custody of my dog," and I'm like, "Do I look like a dog lawyer?" Oh, can I get like custody of a dog in a breakup or whatever bollocks it was? And I was like, well, first of all, you can't get custody of anything because you can only have custody of a person. And a dog, as much as you'll hate to hear this, is not a person, it's property. Oh, but it's my favourite animal. I don't give a fuck, it's a dog, it's property. Who bought the fucking dog? If you haven't got paperwork, then get the fuck out. Yeah. Also, you switch doctors. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. If I'd read it properly, that would have been the thing that would have given away. Yeah, if you switched airports, you're not going to be able to switch parking because they're quite far away from each other at Gatwick and Stansted. I actually, uh, I actually I quite like a trip out of Stansted, largely because it's the easiest trip in the world. Because my brother lives in Colchester, so I'd just be like, "Hey, can I stay with you the night before I fly, and you drive me to the airport?" Whereas Gatwick is just unnecessarily big. It's true, you do. I was just thinking you do live about 45 minutes from. Is there not a bus from where you are, Andy? Can you not just get a bus to Stansted? Because there's a bus from Oxford. I assume there's one from near you. It costs about a tenner. Smithyman's just scored, lovely. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's it, Will. That's the one. But yeah, mate, there must be a bus from your. Oh, because you've gone to Gatwick. Actually, there's probably a bus from yours to Gatwick too. Because you're close enough to Cambridge to be able to get a bus out of bus to Gatwick, aren't you? Sure you are. So I know Oxford has buses to all the major airports. I'd assume your ends does too. Yeah, I'm surprised Harlow didn't. I don't really understand where Harlow is in relation to Stansted, but it's fine. But then airports are a whole fuckery anyway. Like, for example, the airport in Oxford, which isn't actually in Oxford, it's in Kidlington, which is an entirely separate place. But the airport in Oxford is called London Oxford Airport, and it's in neither of those places. It's in neither one of those places. Like, why are we just making up places for airports at this point? I don't even think it is the added prestige. Like I think it's just because Americans don't understand that anywhere in England isn't London. That's the thing. You'd say like, oh, Benny with a streak. Um, it's not even that it's a classic Ryanair streak, Simon. Trick. It's like Ryanair don't even fly there. There are exactly 2 commercial flights a week in and out of Oxford Airport. One goes to the Isle of Man and one goes to Jersey. And obviously back again. And neither are run by Ryanair. They're run by these like shitty little airlines. Hey Benny, how are you, buds? welcome in. That's true. Well, no, the DLR is the Docklands Light Railway. It's an overground railway that goes through like Canary Wharf and that sort of east central London area. You might need an intervention. Have you got addicted to hentai again, Benny? Are we on a hentai addiction again? We've told you. We've tried to tell you they're not real people. They're just drawings. It's okay. It is the DLR is linked into it. Like, I think if you get the same, like I think it's in the same zones. It uses the same zone system. You're a commissioning artist addiction right now. I was close. Benny, I think you've commissioned quite a lot of artists in the last week or so, as I recall. I think it might be time to stop and let them draw. I know we all want the thrill of seeing the art as rapidly as possible, but I believe it's time to stop. Yeah, did you buy up to 10 pieces from each artist though? Is that what actually happened? Jesus Christ. Mrs. Benny is going to need more walls. I think is what we're saying here. How has Charlie Cliff got 3.5 star potential? He's fucking awful. He's 23 years old and he's not good enough to be anywhere near our team. 18 pieces, 20 artists, 24 pieces, 4 outfits. Yeah, might be too much. Just saying, mate. Flowers is cheaper. Best airport in the country for naming chances is at Nottingham East Midlands Airport, which isn't in Nottingham. Pissed off the people of Derby. That's true. My favourite one is Tees Valley Airport. Isn't in the Tees Valley. And let's face it, it's not like the Tees Valley is a particularly famous part of the world. Robin Hood Airport in Doncaster, indeed, famously home of Robin Hood. There's a town you associate Robin Hood with, it's always been Doncaster. Don't lie. Lest should I have zero claim to it? Exactly. Exactly that. Airports are weird. My favourite thing about, or my favourite random piece of trivia about East Midlands Airport was that whenever they needed to use an airport in the classic TV show Dream Team, they would always fly out of East Midlands Airport, despite the fact that most of the places they needed to fly to didn't have flights to them from East Midlands Airport. And also that technically, based on the show's canon, Harchester is basically just outside Birmingham. There's absolutely no reason they go to East Midlands Airport on the regular. It just wouldn't be practical to fly players in and out of East Midlands Airport. It really bothered me when I was watching that as a kid, and it bothers me more as an adult now I know stuff. Right, all the rest of these players here, whose contracts are about to expire, every one of the rest of these players, even Ian Akanbi, as much as it pains me, aren't going to get new contracts. They're all on so much money. I don't know what's been happening at Cambridge until we got here, but all these players are on so much money. That it's actually disgusting. Oh, hang on, I didn't release Charlie Cliff. Bye, Charlie. Someone will snap him up because the game thinks he's quite good. So Matthew Zois looked quite good when we got here. He still looks quite good. I think we'll give him a new deal. Will you take a deal on less money than £58,500? You will. Alright. Excellent. We can negotiate with you. How about 42? It's the meaning of life. Perfect. He'd have taken less. I fucked myself over there. But what that should mean is that we are now going to have significantly more budget so I can go and steal some players from some people. Which is great. Because why not? I just found out I can start goals on YouTube now. Oh, wild. Excellent. A youth player signed a contract. Very excited by the concept we'll have more money to spend next year now. Having just told most of our squad to go away. There wasn't a youth contract expiring there, was there? There wasn't. Can we now actually have some of those players? That's the staff shortlist. I like the transfer shortlist, which is definitely here somewhere. There we go. Right, you got a B minus, but you are not yet released. You're not yet released. You're all a bit rubbish. Dejari Nesbitt from Antigua. He's not wanted by a big... as a new Niarco. I could have a new Niarco. The fact there aren't exactly clubs swarming around these guys tells me something. Richard Wilson off 1 foot in the grave. Look, we'll have him. Not sure he's passed for 18 for a while. In fact, has he passed for alive in a while? Is Richard Wilson still alive? It feels like a weird question to ask out loud, but I assume he's not. I assume he's quite dead. For those who are younger, there used to be a TV show called 1 Foot in the Grave back in the 90s about this miserable old fucking guy who just wanted, I don't believe it, all the time. But I assume he's dead now. Because that was the 90s and he was old then. Happy to be wrong, of course. Yeah, Donald Trump is a little bit like Victor Meldrew. Except Victor Meldrew was much less racist. And to the best of our knowledge, never once touched a child inappropriately. Which must have been awkward on the BBC. I'd really like it if I could get more scouting reports of these players. I could just offer them all, like, trials, couldn't I? I'm such an idiot. Youth contracts. I can quite literally just find out how good all of these guys are by offering them trials. It's exactly 50 players too. Richard Wilson's still going. What's he, 90 something now? There's quite a lot of cancelled, but that's okay. We'll just One step at a time. '90 this year. Well, God bless Richard Wilson. He was a very funny man. I am surprised he's only 90 though. Like, were people just old younger in the 90s? Was that what happened? Is this like a weird perception of time where, like, if I went and looked at One Foot in the Grave now, I'd look at him and go, no, actually, he looks 60. But, like, because I was young at the time, I looked and went, oh, wow, that dude's ancient. You know what I mean? Like, harder life back then under Thatcher, it's true. My daughter asked me about Margaret Thatcher once. And she seemed genuinely shocked that I had no recollection of Margaret Thatcher because she left office when I was 6. Let's have a look at these in the old squad, shall we? Let's meet some of our new stars of the future, potentially. Right, first of all you guys can go away, because I don't need guys who can only manage 1.5 stars of potential. You can probably go to, but that's not an option. You can go, you can go. That was easy. Yeah, the sheer cheek of it, I think I would remember Margaret Thatcher. Was Annette Crosby his wife? I assume she was his wife on that show. Otherwise, that would be a really random, like, tangent. Fair enough. Fair play to them both. Still go in. Like, at that age, to still be alive is quite an achievement. Even without being like Victor Meldrew and shit. Like, still being alive is quite an achievement when you get to 90. Well, obviously, you can't get to 90 if you're dead. Like, it's fairly self-explanatory. For those who are wondering how time works. And living. You can, in fact, not get to 90 whilst dead. I played Jean until she was 97. Bye, Charlie. Have a good night. It was very abrupt, but have a good night, mate. See you later. I'm trying to picture him. Was Jean played by June Whitfield? If that's right, I'll be shocked. But that's what I'm seeing in my head. Doreen Mantle. Can't say I know the name. I definitely know her by face, but can't say I know the name. I'm glad. Well, you're right. I was being stupid. Glad you cleared that up for us. That was very helpful. For a second there, I was really struggling. Marigold Hotel. Wasn't everyone in Marigold Hotel? I remember that being a thing that just everybody from the 90s was in. I was watching a thing earlier, like a random film earlier, that had a really young Robbie Coltrane and Liam Neeson in it. It was fucking awful. I can't remember what it was called, but it had a very young Liam Neeson and Robbie Coltrane in it. Krull? Is it Krull? Does that ring a bell with anyone? Yeah. It's fucking terrible. Well, it's one of those things where you watch it and you just go like, and obviously they were very young at the time and it was probably like one of, if not their first job or whatever. But you see the people in this film acting and you just go, fuck me, you had Liam Neeson and Robbie Coltrane right there and you let these people speak in front of the camera. Like, are you well? It's like the casting director was a moron. Alright, we're starting to get some ratings in for some players. Some of these guys were good enough. We have more cancellations on our players, but that's fine. At least I know I'm looking at the 1st of April ones now, which is nice. So we'll get these guys in. So we will finish the season tonight. I'm determined. I'm just very well aware I need to pick up as many of these youngsters as I can as quickly as I can. Otherwise, they would drop. Ooh, hello now. We'll keep a close eye on Mark Sewell. Less on Mohamed Yarko. I don't think we need him. So that's fine. Then we'll have a look at Cox in his place. Charlie, yeah, you can go. The Arsenal players aren't really working out for us. So that's Tom Parrish in his place. Richard Wilson's a maybe. Juddy Makengo is very much a maybe. Okay, good. We're starting so that we can put a team together for next year. A much cheaper team, hopefully. Right, Parish. Yeah, no, you're not. You're not going to make it here. Back to the cancelled list. So that one. Tommy Montgomery was next. Oh shit! I forgot to confirm Cox. That was stupid, wasn't it? It's fine. We're doing the other way around. We'll do them the other way around. I forgot I put a pile of biscuits next to me. It's very uncouth of me. Right, Clary. Nope. Welcome back. You join me as I, or rejoin me, as I see what possibly we can get on loan. Or sorry, on get signed for the summer. Lilith. And I think O'Neill was the last one. None of those were exciting. Good. You did not. How was it? Does it hold up? Oh my god. Give myself yes, match engine no. Oh, Lord. Well, it could be worse. It could be like now we've got the FM13 match engine back. Alright, better. Better. Possibly better. Right, Monty, you've got to be fine. Yeah. The good old days. Roasting in fucking glasses, ain't it? Fair. There are definitely some contenders in this pile. Definitely some contenders in this pile. I'm glad to hear it was as you remembered. I thought 12 was slightly better than 11, but it was marginal. Junior Martinez, Neymar, Aubameyang, Götze, yeah. The trouble is though, you can come undone with this, because I remember I used to go back to Championship Manager 102. Signed Rooney, and he's got fuck all potential in the game. Somehow he was rated better at 16 by the scouts than he was at 30. I'm not rated as like a better player, rated more accurately. It's valid. I'm with you. McElroy, are you tall? No! You don't have tall. You don't have tall either. You are going to play left back for us though. And then Berardi. I must have a bigger centre back. Somewhere on this bench. Somewhere in this cinematic universe. There must be a bigger centre back. You'll do. Happy days. We'll try you out, Mr. Daunton. Are you... Oh, let's remember how to use stuff. You looked at a half-bald, fat, ugly scout at 16 when you were in a baller. No. It's true. It's true. But then to be fair, once he got past about 25, I also would have said the same thing. I think Wayne Rooney is the perfect example of a footballer who looked world class for 3 years and then did fuck all afterwards. His hair did grow backwards. Exactly. And like, yeah, you could make the same argument that like about Michael Owen, right? You make exactly the same argument for Michael Owen, but I reckon I've seen more games where Michael Owen was completely unplayable than I have out of Rooney's entire career. Well, I'm sure I have on more occasions sat there and gone, fuck me, he's a footballer, than I have with Owen than I have with Rooney. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand what the bullshit was with McTominay. I always thought McTominay looked like a cracking player. Like, I know how we like to make jokes about things being Spursy, but the most Manchester United-y thing ever was having arguably one of the best 10s in the world in your squad and never noticing. It's true. That's true about Michael Owen. Oh, I ran out of biscuits. That's wrong. Like, I don't remember a time where I ever looked at Scott I remember, like, was it FM? It was FM24. You get him for fuck all. On, to be fair, I only baked 11 of them. What's on me? Like, I remember FM24. You get McTominay for about 3 or 4 million. It was all the batter I had left in my freezer. I made a huge bunch of like cookie dough, and that was what I had left, and I just fancied biscuits. And yeah, I remember McTominay. You get him for like 3 or 4 million quid from Manchester United, and I was like, that's far too cheap. And then I looked on the editor. I was like, Manchester United, with all due respect to the Manchester United researcher, he's fucking blind. He has never seen football in his life. It's not rude, I said with all due respect, but he's a fucking idiot. And he should be put down, but with all due respect. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Scott McTominay probably starts for 90% of the teams in the Champions League. Exactly. But no, I would quite happily say Scott McTominay, yeah, 90% of the... No, but it's more than 90% of the teams in the world. Like, if we say 90% of the teams in the Champions League, you're looking at a solid 99% of the teams in the world. I'm not so sure about Madrid. I'm not sure if I'd say he's better than Bellingham, but I'd say there's like a Rizzler between them. Like, both at their peak, there's a Rizzler between them. Oh, I've clicked on the wrong bastard thing again. That's it. That's true. He didn't cost them 90 million quid. Otherwise known as the Kobe Minu problem. I don't know if he does. I think they're very similar players. I think, like, yeah, it's true. It's true. He's definitely got the stamina. I'd give him the stamina. I would say that Bellingham's better as a 6 than McTominay is. But I'd argue McTominay's a better 10. And I'd say, like, just as a classic centre mid, they're about even. Like, if your team had them both in centre mid, you'd be pissing yourself laughing. Don't get me wrong, like, it's arguably potentially the best central midfield in football. Because you never know which one's gonna come back and which one's gonna go forward, and frankly, you best figure it out quickly. We're ahead of Exeter. It's a good start. I think Scott McTominay is very quickly putting his name in the hat for the best Scottish footballer ever. Fair. You can't hang it in the Louvre. It's not. It doesn't come small enough. But yeah, like, I'd be interested to see where, like, give it a few years to settle down after the Denmark game, because we all know how, like, one big moment can, like, boost a player a little bit. I'd love to see 5-10 years from now where McTominay gets ranked among the best Scottish players ever. I think it'd be very interesting to see what public opinion looks like. His name isn't Kenny Dalglish. Oh yeah, but you know what I mean though. You know what I mean. Like, he had that really big moment in, like, the last few years that's going to cloud people's judgment a little bit. And also, Dalglish over Law is a bold shout. Arguably, Dalglish over Strachan is a bold shout. Hey, Goongod, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, good, thank you. Good, welcome in. Yeah, I would make an argument that I think I would put Strachan ahead of Dalglish personally. Obviously, I'm not a Scot, so what I say has very little fucking bearing on anything on this. But Gordon Strachan might be one of the most naturally gifted footballers I've ever watched. Which Andy Gorham, though? That's the big question. Which one? You've got to be very clear which Andy Gorham. There are only two Andy Gorhams. It's true. Also, fucking Coisty. Oh. Great player, but I love him on commentary. I do get the reference to that chant. I do. I'm very aware of the two Andy Gorham. That was why I made the joke. For those who aren't aware or are a little bit younger, Andy Gorham has schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder, as they call it now. Split personality, basically. Hence there's only two Andy Gorhams chant. Had, yes. Completely forgot he was gone. He always took the chant in good spirits, though, I will say. He always took it he understood the love with which it was intended. But it's one of the funniest chants in football history. One of the very funniest chants. It's true, he did conduct it. One of the funniest chants in football history. But you had to be. I don't think you get away with that now. Although arguably in Scotland you probably get away with it now. But I think Can you imagine the outcry now? Uh, I know the world's gone soft like, but someone would go to jail. Only Scott ever to be capped by Scotland. I'm sure there's a cricketer. I'm sure there was a cricketer that wasn't Andy Gorham. You don't get nothing. What's going on? We are discussing the greats of Scottish football and how Scott McTominay is among them, and then we started discussing Andy Gorham. I think there was another one. I'm sure there was another one other than Andy Gorham who played cricket and football for Scotland, but like way back in the day, like not in our lifetime. Big Colin Hendry, oh, what a player! Stuart McCall. I was right. John McDonald and Scott Simon. There are a couple. Donald Ford. Kenneth MacLeod represented Scotland at rugby union, cricket, football, athletics and golf. Fuck me, did they do anything? do anything about a sport? There are a few out there who've been on both pitch and field. Yeah, tell him, do it. I used to run a pub quiz. I fucking hate it when people did that. But if they were right, they were right. I'd always check, and if they were right, they were right. But yeah, on that he's wrong. There are at least 4 that I can see. I am 41 this week. I'm about to turn 41. So I don't remember the 70s. But with pub quiz trivia, football wise, I'm reasonably knowledgeable going back to about the mid to early 50s, I'd say. I struggle a little bit before that. And obviously it's regional based, so like if you ask, as much as I could tell you about like English football in the 60s or 70s, if you ask me about fucking French football in the 50s or the 60s or 70s, I'd probably struggle. And Scottish football, But I only really started paying attention to Scottish football in the 90s. But I guess I know a little bit going back to the 80s. Like, I'm aware of the era where Dundee were signing a bunch of, like, Argentinians and shit. Okay, go on, try me. Oh, well, it's arguable that by the time he retires, you might be watching the best. Roger Hines' real name? Oh, fair. I couldn't tell you. I can't even think who Roger Hines is off the top of my head. Which is bad, but it's also been a long day. There's going to be someone I definitely know as well, isn't it? Oh, he's a project manager at IBM. I'm pretty sure that's not who they're looking for. I mean, that's... You didn't, like... That... I've just looked up... It's not your fault the Quizmaster picked a guy who's related to you. You know? So, it's funny, actually. I started playing Nutmeg recently, which I'm sure you've come across. And some of the proceeds from it are going to the Joey Beecham Foundation. And I knew if I played it on stream, people were like, oh, as a Swindon fan, how could you play a game that gives money to Joey Beecham's family? Because he played for us and he played for Oxford, and he was shit for us. And it becomes that awkward thing where, like, yeah, he played for Oxford, and I'm a Swindon fan, and he was shit for Swindon, but he was also my cousin, so... you know, rather famous man down at Merseyside. What, his cousin? What, Limo? Oh. Oh. I was like... There's only two famous Scousers, Limo and Keir. Oh, Shankly. Bill Shankly. Valid. Of course, yes. I should have seen that. My brain was not reading fully. That makes sense. Makes sense. I know I was interested in renewing this guy's contract, but the trouble is that you think he's worth like 60 grand a year, and I don't. So that's the real problem we've got here, is you think he's worth 60 grand a year, and I think he's shit. Oh, really? Oh. I got accused of cheating on a pub quiz once. We had like a deciding like round for we had like a deciding round for a tiebreaker. It was a tiebreaker round. That was the English words I was looking for. And basically, between us and this other team, the winner was going to be the team that could name the most video game TV shows from the 90s. And somehow we listed all of the same video games TV shows from the 90s, but one. And it just so happened the one that my team named that they didn't was the one I worked on as a work experience kid as a teenager. And then when they found that out, I got accused of cheating because I knew about this TV show. And I was like, I knew about it because I worked there for 6 months. Like, I'm pretty much the only person that knew about it because no fucker watched it. It did not do good numbers. They definitely pulled that list off of Google. To be fair, I was surprised Google had it on the list. Oh, Keith Brown. I've already got him on trial. No. Who do I not have on trial that looks good? Nobody else. Oh, hang on. This fella from Newcastle. Good. Welcome in Torge Christian Polomka. Because apparently Torge is a name now. Fucking millennials really do just be throwing any random letters on a birth certificate, don't they? Fucking Torge. fuck is that mess? He's probably not actually that good, but I'm going to enjoy saying Torge. None of these are A-rated somehow. Okay, Hereford up next. Home of the Cowl. Oh, we're back up into 4th. I've totally been paying attention to what we're doing on the table. We are 4th in the table. It's wild. Everybody rejoice at our 4th place in the table. Rejoicement must be had because we've somehow got up to 4th place in the table in League 2. And we've got 4 games left to go, and I'm determined that I'm going to finish all these by midnight. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. I'm going to finish these games by midnight. Hold team meeting. Fair enough, mate. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Stay safe. Let's ease expectations. Perfect. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Cheers. Are we having beers? So I don't. My brain just failed. What's occurring? What's occurring? Sorry, I just had a what's occurring in my brain moment then. It's like we short-circuited. Oh, talking of Lee, he's currently live. That's nice. Yeah, good night, mate. Have a good one. Okay, Hereford up next then. We're going to beat them. And then we're going to get through the next 3 games after this. The final game of the season is against the mighty Swindon Town. And there is a possibility we could send them down. Which is a problem. Oh no, they're safe. They're okay. They're safe. I did not want that responsibility. I did not want the responsibility of having to send Swindon down on the last day. That would have been heartbreaking. Right, old Palomka has joined us. He's going to cost us nothing from Newcastle. Which is nice. I'm not going to change that. I am going to change that team. We're going to swap those 2 around again. And then we're just going to send them out there and try and get goals. Get goals, get good. Go, 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 go. And then we've got a 2-week break in between this game and the next game, which would be the perfect time for us to have a stretch before we go into the final few games of the season. After which we will in fact be promoted to the League One. I'm saying it now. Pick up where you left off. Don't just appear interested. I want to see like hype reactions. Come on guys, hype reactions. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's raining in Cambridge, but that's okay. It's going to be raining goals too, because I just said so. Great ball to Rice. Great ball to Hamilton Ainsley. We're on it. We're turning the boat around. It's an oil tanker. It's taken forever, but we're turning it around. Hamilton Ainsley cuts back it lovely. Cross goal. Come on, someone score. Oh, how have you missed that, Rice? How have you missed that? That's unreal. He's just missed from about a foot out, which I didn't even know was possible. Great tackle by Joseph Okoye. He made the miracle happen. He'll keep making the miracle happen. And now Boake King down the line for Ugwu to Rice. Tackled by Franco. Tackled again by Rice. Get the ball forward, son. Get it forward. Stop trying to run with it and just pass it to a teammate. And back. Love it. Across. Oh, Ugwu's almost there. He's almost there. Boake King heads it forward. A lot of shots being blocked in the 6-yard box. Yeah, I'd say I've seen the same thing quite a lot of late. I will say that much. It does look like that's happening. Great ball forward, and someone win it. There we go. Boake King across to Okoye, to McElroy. McElroy forward to Hamilton Ainsley. Back to McElroy. Down the line again for Rice. Can he cut it back this time? Into the box. Jamie Rice. Jamie Rice, everybody. Jamie Rice has scored, and we are 1-0 up. We're only 4 minutes in. It feels like we had loads of highlights. We're only 4 minutes in, and Jamie Rice has just scored. And are we going to be back in the promotion race after this game? That's the real... I mean, I say back in. We're not. It's not we were ever out of the promotion race as we were. Correction. It's not we're ever far from the promotion race. But as of today, we were already in it because there's only 3 points between us and second. Be interesting if we can force Burnley into the playoffs, though. Come the end of the season. Ideally, you'd rather it was Wimbledon, because Burnley probably should be on their way back up. As McElroy gets the ball past Donnelly, cut it back, beautiful, finds Carbone, back to Hamilton Ainsley, inside, great shot, but doesn't quite finish the ball off. And, well, 1-0 remains the scoreline here at the Abbey. I reckon it's going to stay the scoreline for a little bit longer, if I'm honest. Because we don't look great inside the 6-yard box, and Hereford haven't even had a shot on target yet. So we don't feel like we're in danger, if I'm honest. I don't even know where Hereford are in the table. I didn't look. Hereford are 8th. It's not a bad performance against 8th. We have just forced them out of the playoffs, though. So, Rice to Goddard, to Boake King, inside, cutting it over the top for Carbone, and it's headed against the woodwork. And we carry on at 1-0 with yet more highlights, which is fun and interesting and realistic. Donnelly, McElroy tracking him. Can he get there? Get a great sliding tackle in the rain. That's what we love, a big sloppy sliding tackle. Always top quality entertainment when that happens. And Jarmy Kellyman, which cannot be his real name, he's on the run from the police, he got caught doing stuff he shouldn't, gets an equaliser, and we're going to have to encourage the boys to go back ahead, because that must be their first shot on target. And it's a bit disappointing they've managed to score it. I'll be honest, it's going to put us back into 4th. Potentially put Hereford back in the playoffs. Not quite. Not quite. It's alright, we'll go again. Throw in. McElroy is going to take it. Finds Carbone. Back to McElroy. Hamilton Ainsley across goal. Goddard. Hamilton Ainsley again. He really has to stop trying to shoot. Is that an individual instruction I've not set up? It's like the one guy on my team I haven't told him not to shoot. Shoot way less often. Like, in an ideal world, you'd shoot never. You shouldn't be shooting more often either. And Ugwu, also we're going to tell her to shoot less often. And Smithyman, nah, he should be alright for now. We'll see how he goes. Just make them do less wild shots at goal, because it's not helping us out. I'd rather they took the time and passed it around until they got it in front of the guy who might have a shot on. Because as much as we all like a 1% goal, I like a winning goal that actually goes in more. Let's step up, show everyone why they're expected to win this match. Second half is underway. How long have I been up now? Bloody hell, I'm 4 hours into stream. 4 hours into stream, like. Crazy. Right, McElroy, forward for Hamilton Ainsley. Oh. Back to Okoye. Forward, Rice, Goddard. Out wide for McElroy. McElroy forward for Hamilton Ainsley again. Across the goal, doesn't find anyone. Carbone has. I'm going to tell Carbone to stop just having a shot at random too. Jesus, he's on shoot more often. He should shoot never. Like that. I see George Goddard. George Goddard can have a pop from wherever he likes. 17 long shots. He should be having a pop from everywhere on the pitch. He's the fella in midfield we want taking the pot shots. McElroy. McElroy to Hamilton Ainsley. Carbone. Hamilton Ainsley again. Rice is in. Jamie Rice scores to put us back ahead. And Jamie Rice is going to be the guy who decides whether or not we win this game and go back into third, where we belong, ready for promotion to League One. And do you know what? We might even find ourselves this summer getting made some cheeky job offers. I know we've only been here like 6 months, but this might be enough to get us a cheeky job offer in the summer, which could be interesting. Especially because I just made the thumbnail today. If I end up making another one tomorrow, I'll be slightly annoyed. Ugwu, oh, so close. So close from Ugwu. Australia, Mackel, a great cross. It's not quite there for Ugwu, and now Kellyman's running at us. Goddard's trying to get across. I'm going to take him out. There we go. Carbone beats 2 men. Lays it off for Ugwu. Ugwu finds Boake King. Can he find a cross? Cuts it back again for Ugwu, and Ugwu's put it wide again. And I think while we're waiting for this highlight to build, we're going to make some subs, because Thompson can go on. Who else is pleased? To Go is pleased, which is nice. I guess we send him in for nobody. That was anticlimactic, wasn't it? I don't see anyone that needs. I mean, McElroy needs to come off. Let's do that. Let's take off Boake King for Oppong, and then, in fact, you know what? Let's put Thornton in. Let's have a look at big old Thornton. 6'6". We may as well give him a go. You never know when we need a set piece goal late on. Hamilton Ainsley finds Ugwu, who can't quite finish. That's offside. Of course it's offside. We've got 3 subs left to play with, which doesn't feel like the right number, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it. While we're going with it, let's Oppong off for fitness, Smithyman off for Edwards, and then I'm going to put To Go on for Ugwu, because Ugwu looks like he couldn't hit a cow's ass with a banjo today. Oh, Prince Oppong scores. Just arrives out of nowhere and smashes it away. And that is the ball game for our attempts to get back up into third, I believe. Still got to chase down Wimbledon. Chesterfield are out of reach because of our really poor form. Our desperately poor form. But we're outperforming our XG again. We are scoring goals. We're 3-1 up. I'd love it if Jamie Rice could get one more goal for us. just to get his hat trick, just because I like it when players finish hat tricks. 2 always feels a bit kind of anticlimax too, doesn't it? So that is a valid thing. We will say praise to the boys. Praise the boys, you are praised, like Jeebus Sunny Stir. Oh, we've seen it out. We've seen it out into 3rd place. Great win for us. And, well, only a few games to go now. Good win for us. Well done, boys. Only a few wins to go. And we could make promotion a dream, a realistic possibility. Palomka signing confirmed. Cha-ching! Right, so we're going to play Notts County, Bradford and Swindon. Bradford are 6, Notts County are 8th. Swindon are unremarkable for the rest of this league, this season. 10 days off. You love to see it. Can I give all of these guys a week's holiday? No. Of course I can't. Why would that be a thing I could realistically... I guess I could do it for the non-loan players, can't I? Oh no, apparently I can't do it for anyone. Can I do it now? I don't understand. Oh, it's because they're playing... It's because it hasn't ticked forward yet. It hasn't registered the result. That's better. Now I should be able to send them on holiday. Because I'd rather have them properly rested, I'll be honest. Would much rather have them properly rested going into the last 3 games. If I can, thank you for the news. That's great. Good, good, good. Love it. Thank you. KG press conference from Campbell. Don't care. Don't much care. Right, let's... oh, no, that one. Can I send you on holiday now? I don't think I can send the loanees away on holiday, which is problemish. There we go. 1 week for you. We'll send these guys away on holiday too because they've played some football. Can I not send all? Well, surely I can send the ones that played, right? No. Lee Edwards must be able to go. Huh. How weird. You can go, good. Ryan Thompson can have a holiday. Alex can go on holiday. How curious. Oh well. That's fine. I'm going to send them on holiday to the Notts County game. We're going to get the final 3 games in before we finish the stream, but I am going to go and recharge my glass. Back in just a second. God, I got back before the Notts County game came around. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Right, last 3 games of the season. We have got 45 minutes till midnight. I reckon we can do this. I think we can get promoted to League One with extreme prejudice. Swindon's unbeaten run reaches 10 games. Never happens. That has never happened in the history of time. Not once, not ever. Oh, take over at Exeter City. It's all going wrong down in Devon. It's all going wrong in Devon. They've got money flowing. We're here for a potentially promotion. We can't technically get promoted with this one. We can technically get promoted against Bradford. We can qualify for the playoffs here. I think. Yeah. A win here qualifies us for the playoffs. And if Burnley don't win the next 2 games and we do, we would be automatically promoted. And selection wise, I think we change. Let's just get rid of all the players we can't currently. What's he? In fact, I've just realised before we do this, before we do this, we've got those trialists in. I need to have a look at them. Just to see who's doing what. Right, Peter Obuagu of Aston. Yes. Yeah, I'll take him. How much money would you like? You'd like a lot. 15,000. A lot. It's not a lot at all. £15,000 a year for you is perfectly reasonable if you'll take it. I'll give you 15.5 because I didn't click the button enough times. Anyone here worth a look? Anyone available here? Jordan Sharrod. Keith Brown. No determination, but if he's already decent, he could be. We could mentor him. We'll give him a year and see if he starts looking like a footballer. It's going to be on considerably less than £24,000 a year, though. Because I'm not daft. Sebastian Bino. Yeah, I reckon he'll do. Shame he's left-footed, but you know, you can't have it all. Again, though, I think £17,000 a year would be a great fee for you. Just on a 1-year deal for now. If he starts looking good by Christmas, we'll give him an extra year or 2. Ming Wei Chung. It's a shame he can't tackle. Is a shame he can't tackle. Ooh. Probably not going to happen now I've looked at that. English, Chinese, Taipei and Irish. How the fuck has that happened? I've got questions about your parents. He'll do, though. He will certainly do. A bit less money would be nice. Doesn't have to be a lot. I just want them to be cheaper than what I have here. And conversely also better ideally, but cheaper for sure, because I'm paying far too much for some very bang average players. I think we'll have him too. Again, 26 and a half, that's right, okay, 27. I had 27 in my head as the original number, so it looks like I've gone up in my offer there, but I didn't. Jordan Green. He is improving. It should be very cheap though, like 25. I think 25 would be the max I want to pay for him. He looks very reasonable. Ooh. He is very reasonable. Very reasonable. Okay, £17,500 a year for him is quite good money. Abdullah Saeed of Qatar on loan or on trial from Nottingham Forest. How is he not able to play cam? He's going to learn to play cam. That much I can assure you. He will learn to play cam by the time I'm done with him. Slight pay cut for you, but you understand, you don't play in the position I want you to. Richard Wilson, I don't believe it is actually quite bloody good. I think we might have built a team here. 16? Go on, take 16. I think you will. I knew you would. John Walker, Texas Ranger. Also not bad. Also not bad. Alright, we may have already restocked the shelves for next season, which is nice. We're certainly well on the way to having restocked the shelves. Tommy Montgomery. I do like a brave, fit central defender. I don't know if you can hear it on the microphone, but someone outside my flat in the car park has their car radio up way too loud. Like, there's no way they're not going deaf listening to that. Which is objectively funny. But I can hear kids in the car. Which does make it less funny. Alright, let's go play Nottinghamshire County and let's beat them heartily. Like they owe us money. We will escape League One. We will escape League One. Oh, sorry, League Two even. We'll escape League Two. Carry your last points into blah, 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 blah. Get out there, make a difference. Blah, blah, blah. Make us all proud, etc., etc. Let's go. Let's go. Like a government mule indeed. Beat them like a government mule. It was never explained to me why the government owned mules or why they were being beaten. But I probably could have Googled it. I just didn't. Penalty after 1 minute and 44 seconds. Smithy man is going to score. Fuck. Well, that was a nice 2-minute performance from him before he now crumbled under the weight of missing a penalty. Because apparently nobody has any mental fortitude in the world of Football Manager. Come on then. Oh, off the woodwork. Come on, guys. It's going to be one of those games, isn't it? It's one of those games where all we need is a win. And we're just going to keep smashing the ball against the woodwork and missing penalties and all sorts of silly shit like that. As it stands, 2 more points basically puts us promoted. Mathematically, 2 more points puts us up. And if you're going, no, the math doesn't work like that, we'd be 4 points clear of Burnley, we'd be 6 points clear of 5th, and I think we've got a better goal difference than Wimbledon. So I'm reasonably sure that the lowest we can finish now is 4th. And that a win, the lowest we could finish would be 3rd. Fair enough, we'll boo to the work. Boo to the work indeed. We'll see you very soon though. Have a good night, mate. Don't work too hard because life's too short. And sleep well because sleep is important. Oh, we'll have fun. We'll be promoted by the end of today. It's going to happen. We'll be promoted by midnight. That's what I'm saying. Promoted by midnight. Indeed, indeed. I'm going to get overconfident and call it now so that when I bottle it, Simon can make fun of me. That's the plan. It's true, you will. Just being disappointed is enough. No. You've never passed comment on how I get overconfident and then it all goes wrong. Not once, Simon. Never once has that been mentioned. I'd say we've got a pretty good reason to be confident, though. I reckon we're not 1 foot in the grave, but I reckon we're 1 foot on promotion. I reckon a promotion medal is incoming. It's never been a thing. I have never made a bold statement about how we're going to win the league after being 2 games unbeaten at the start of the season. Never done it. Never done it. Always feet on the ground. Firmly planted, tempering expectations. I always say at the start of every season, just going to be shit this year. Just going to go down. Jesus Christ, like you missed a penalty. Your dog wasn't murdered in front of you. Get better. Jesus, walking around here with a 6 average rating. Like, you're the lone striker, mate. You've got to wake up. Look like you want to be here. I know we're leading, but a bit of passion would be nice. 4 goals between us and Cambridge. Between us and Wimbledon. Lovely. Smithyman, you're getting off, mate, because you've absolutely shit the bed today. You missed 1 penalty and it's like your life ended. It's genuinely breathtaking. Never seen such a piss poor drop in performance because someone missed a penalty. That's a classic FM thing. It's a classic Football Manager thing. How often in real life do you see a player miss a penalty at any stage of the game and then absolutely go missing for the rest of the match? If anything, they usually play better afterwards. Because they're trying to make up for missing it. Oof. It's just the dumbest Football Manager thing. I think we're actually going to take Goddard off and replace him with Thompson. Just because fresh legs in midfield could make all the difference right now. I feel like I haven't shaved, but I definitely have. Sure I shaved earlier. Maybe I didn't. It'd be weird if I hadn't though. Maybe I'm having a Homer Simpson-y day. No, Okoye, go on, take your time. You can take literally the rest of the day with this. Stand in the corner flag. Just stand by the corner flag. There's 5 minutes to go. There's literally no reason we're trying to do anything fancy here. Like here, just bully whoever gets it. That's it, out for a throw. Just sit on it. Just honestly take your time. You can take 6 months on this for all I give a shit. That's a pen. So, Ugwu, go on. Finish it. Finish. Oh, poor. Poor. Time wasting constantly, just constant time wasting. Whatever happens in this highlight, presuming we win the game or we're ahead at the end of it, I just want constant time wasting. I don't want to see us do anything but waste time. Shoot! Right, as long as we keep this ball in, there we go. That's it. That's the kitty. 4 points cleared. Right. Booked our playoff place. We just need a win. 1 win. And we are promoted. Promotion is about to happen. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell them all to get in here and witness a promotion. That is for the ages. For the ages, for generations to come. People all over Cambridgeshire will talk about this day for the rest of their lives. And some people will even listen. In fact, we might be technically proud already. No, I guess Burnley could just get ahead of us, couldn't they? They could just get ahead of us. That's a shame. That's a real shame. That's fine then. because we're nearly there, right? How many days till this next game? How many days till this next game? 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ma, baby, no. I won't make that gag again. It wasn't funny the first time. 3. 3 days off for these guys. Let's just see it out. Let's just see it out. Bradford City at home. We could win promotion at home. On our own turf. Literally, like the turf we own. We could win promotion. And Chesterfield are champions. That's fine. We won't worry about Chesterfield. They were long gone. They were long gone. What we're worried about is playing in League One next season with a great game against Bradford City, where I wonder what this journalist wants to chat to us about. What's journalist man saying? My thoughts on Amazulu FC parting companies with one of our former players in Camogelo Sambu. I completely forgot he existed. I really have no feelings on this either way. So I'll say nice things and hope he doesn't feel bad that I completely forgot he existed, because it was like 10 seasons ago. Longer. 15 seasons ago. I'm not sure why BBC Radio Cambridgeshire gives a shit that a player that played for me at Iliopoli in Greece got sacked from a club in South Africa, but I'm sure there's a great reason behind it. I'm sure it makes sense. It's just no one told them why. Or me. Okay. Now we focus. Somehow someone's got above us. Somehow. I don't know who had a game in hand. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Logically, it was probably Wimbledon. Logically, it is Wimbledon. Alright, it's now very much between us and Burnley. Burnley are playing Boston. We've got to play Bradford in 5th. Bradford can technically piss on our cornflakes here and put themselves into contention for the last spot. So, eyes down for a full house. Let's watch the old other games. Promotion is coming. Promotion is coming. Promotion is coming. Everyone keep the faith. Promotion is coming. It's coming. See, I even praised Jeebus. That's how much I believe it's coming. That's where we're at. It'll be fine. Nothing bad. Nothing bad has ever happened when the pressure's been on. Goddard to Boakye King. Come on, let's get down fast. Oh, we're not going to see a highlight straight away. McElroy has a throw in. Okay, this is where it gets big time. Rice. Across the box to Hamilton Ainsley. Goddard. Ugwu. Smithy would have the chance to make all our dreams come true in Cambridgeshire, and he didn't do it, and that's honestly just disappointing. I am very interested to see what is currently happening with the other game at Burnley, please. Let's have that score up there. If Boston can win, if we can win, promotion is secure. Even if it's in 3rd, promotion is secure. We still have 2nd to play for, but promotion is secure. And that's really the most important thing. It's been a very long time since we've had a promotion. It feels like we deserve one. Carbone to Hamilton Ainsley, to Saxon, to Okoye. Forward again to Carbone. Goddard. Forward again. Ugwu. Ugwu through into the box. Ugwu with a shot is saved. It's wide for a corner. And we go again. And it looks like no change at Burnley so far. But that's okay. We are in the driver's seat. We're in the driver's seat right now. Looks like Burnley are losing. Burnley are losing. We could score a winner here. Boston are beating Burnley. We could score a goal here and be promoted. We're not going to. Give the ball away. We've got it back. All right, McElroy, Goddard. Back to McElroy. Goes all the way back to Okoye. To Goddard again. To Carbone. Forward. Ugwu. Ugwu lays it off. Hamilton Ainsley couldn't finish it. Squeaky bum time for the boys. We've got to get this done. And we have to get this done quickly because there's no point playing with our food here. Rice is not doing a great job of things out there, it's got to be said, and Saxon is booked. But that is half time. I'm not happy with your performance out there, is the shout. Jamie Rice, you've got to get better. You've got to get better. The rest of you, I just need you to show why we're expected to win this match. That's a great shout. That's a great shout. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's keep the scores up. Keep the scores up. As long as Boston keep beating Burnley, all we have to do is find one goal. It's literally our only mission now, is to find one goal from any player on our team. It could even be from our bench. It's probably going to be from our bench. Goddard to Ugwu. Tackled by Hilton. Commons picks it up. We're making a nuisance of ourselves. We're pressing them. Hamilton Ainsley's going to come off, though, in a second, for sure. I'm probably going to take off Saxon, just because I don't want any booked players on the pitch right now. This feels like the perfect moment for someone to lose their heads entirely. It's got that feeling where we usually see someone get sent off for doing something completely ridiculous. It's the least opportune time for it to happen. Let's stick a Camby on at left wing. Rice off to go. Saxon off for Thornton. I don't like that he's nervous, but there's not a lot I can do about it. In fact, we'll take Bakke King off for Sherrad. Sure, why not? And we'll replace Goddard with... And everyone looks nervous. Still hear those kids screaming outside. It's nearly midnight. Thompson, that'll do. Thompson over the top. Finds a Canby. Back to McElroy. McElroy over the top. A Canby can't quite get there. And it's with a debt now. We've got to get this one back now. A great header. Hoofed. Jesus Christ, Carbone just fired that at the goalkeeper. Almost gave me kittens. Just absolutely stuck his entire body weight behind a back pass. Like, I'm all for living dangerously, but my God. Oh no, we've given away a free kick. It's all going to go wrong. It's all going to go wrong from here. Great save. It's a great save. All right, Thornton. Get it clear. Someone. Anyone. Ping it forward. Great ball. Great ball. We haven't quite made a magic moment yet, but it was a great ball. Two centre-halves that have never played together is not a great combination at this stage in the game, but we're going to have to make it work. We just need to steal a win. Just stealing a win would be great here. Like, a point helps. It softens the blow. It doesn't It doesn't finish the job off. Let's try again. Thompson. It's Carbone. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Forward again. Thompson again. Great. Ball goes off to Ugwu. To Carbone. To Smithyman. Carbone out for McElroy. McElroy beats Aski Shearer into the box. Low cross. I thought Ugwu was going to be the man. Of course Ugwu would be the man. He's been the man since we got here, but he hasn't put it away. This is tense. It's tense. We should have had 2 goals as well. Togo's got injured. I didn't need that. Okay. Boston's still beating Burnley. We've got a corner to defend. Let's get this clear. We have done. McElroy, chase it down. You've kept it in play. Someone make a run for him. Anyone make a run for him. Please don't. Why are we playing the ball backwards? There's 2 minutes to go. Come on. Keelan Smithyman just scores the goal that could send Cambridge to League. Oh. Football Manager, why do you do this to me? I've got to go to the county ground to try and win promotion. It's not what any of us wanted. It's not what any of us wanted, but it might just have to happen. Unless Burnley are really going to bottle this. If Burnley are really going to bottle this, they could lose and help us out. But I'd like to think that they probably wouldn't. I think they're going to make us work for it. Feels like the kind of season we're having. It is just a shootout between us and Burnley now, though, so that's nice. That's a pretty good way for things to go. There's another player in the bus there. That's nice. Bradford hold out for a draw. We don't. How long's Alex to go out for? Just 3 days. Just 3 days. All right. Let's finish this off with a bang. Swindon Arsenal got themselves up to 11th. They were 23rd when we got here. Remarkable. Wimbledon are promoted. Straight shootout between us and Burnley for 1 promotion slot in League 2. Reasonably sure nothing else matters in this league in terms of promotion, relegation automatically. So look, there's a small question over who will finish 7th by the looks of things, but very small question, I would suggest. And I don't know at the bottom because I can't see it. I can't even see the numbers. I'm sure it doesn't matter. Genuinely unclear why I can hear some people yelling outside. Especially children. No idea if that's registering on the microphone. No idea at all. Best players, I've already told most of our squad they're leaving at the end of the year, so they can't even come to me begging for new contracts if we go up for like extra cash. But they've been told they don't have a job next year. And there are people who will question my doing that, but there is method to my madness. There is logic behind me doing that. Because they all earn so much money, and this club has such little money, that I'm going to do some masterminding of the old finances and make that work. Also, unbeaten for a while is nice. Nearly there. 2 in-game days to go. 3. I can't tell you which of those things it is because I cannot see the thing there. Doesn't really help. I think it's Saturday. It is. Good crowd expected for Cambridge United. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a great crowd. I'm sure they're lovely. I'm sure they're great. Can we maybe get back to the game? Come on, let's do this. Let's do this. It's a 5:30 kickoff. It's filthy. Oh, Luton promoted to Championship. Oh, it's lovely. Lovely for them. Beautiful for them. Doesn't help us. Here we go. Right. So, we play Swindon, who sit in 11th. Burnley play Gillingham, who sit in 14th. It's more or less evenly matched between those two. Hereford, Notts County and Fleetwood could all technically get that last playoff place, but hopefully we don't give a shit. It's always possible Crewe could end up in there, but less mathematically so. And then at the bottom, Exeter and Tranmere are down, so that's all good. We have very little to worry about. We just have to put the ball over the line. We are very literally in a situation where a 1-0 win secures us promotion. A 1-0 quite literally secures us promotion here. I would like to make a change to my squad, and I think I was tempted to drop Smithyman, but actually I am going to drop Smithyman. I'm going to put Townsend on the bench. I think Townsend is more reliable in front of goal, which is worrying because Smithyman has a contract for next year. You know, we'll see. I think with a proper pre-season, Smithyman might have been our top goal scorer this year, but still. It's all fine and dandy. The teams are warming up, ready for the last day of the season. Our last chance to make something magical happen. To get that promotion. Let's go to dugouts. At the county ground, we're underway, and here we go. Ready for promotion. That's the plan. Let's get the old scores on the doors up there. And we are keeping an eye on Burnley. And if Burnley lose this game, we're up. Burnley lose their game against Gillingham, I should say, they're up. We're up. English. It's nearly midnight. Give me a chance. If Burnley lose to Gillingham, then Cambridge are promoted. If Cambridge win against Swindon Supermarine, Cambridge are promoted. If Burnley draw and we draw, if things stay exactly as they started, we are promoted. So basically, as long as Burnley don't win, we're up. is the really simple way of putting it. As Hamilton Ainsley into the box. Oh, we've been blocked in the 6-yard box again. Bawake goes past Hunter. Look, Hunter came in last minute then. Rice to Carbone. It's gone nowhere. Mossman, welcome. I'm good, mate. How are you? Welcome in. Let's give the old Mossman a shout. In fact, I just realised I'm behind on my shoutouts because I also forgot to do Hindo, which is good. But yeah, welcome in. Let's do a shout out to Hindo while I'm there because he stopped by early on his way to bed. I think that's enough O's. If it's not enough O's, I apologise, but I'm pretty sure it's enough O's. But yeah, I'm good, thank you. But I'm really good. You join us at possibly the most tense possible occasion, to be honest. As I was just saying, if Burnley draw or lose, we are pretty much up. Oh, we are up. If we win, we are up. So it's all eyes on Burnley unless we get 3 points. It's been a very tense year in that when we arrived at Cambridge in October, November, they were third. Their manager had just left them for Watford. They were third in the table then, but we only had 22 players in the squad, and every single one of them was shattered. They just had no legs left in them at all. So I've just loaned in as many players as I could from wherever I could, just to pad out the squad. We're currently in League 2, and Burnley have just gone ahead of us, which tells me Burnley are winning, which means we now absolutely have no choice but to try and win this game. Not that we weren't trying anyway, obviously, but we absolutely need 3 points now. And YouTube has just had its chat crash, which is, I'm sure, really helpful. Swindon just scored, but it's offside anyway, that's fine. Don't know why YouTube's chat has just crashed, but I'm sure it's okay. Okoye to McElroy to Hamilton Ainsley, Carbone back to McElroy. Come on, let's get this ball forward. Let's get this ball forward. Pass them into the box. And also, Mossman, the other big highlight is that to do this, I have to beat my own club. The club I support stand between me and promotion, which is really not okay. Right, the fans are expecting promotion. I'm expecting you two to not be crap. So that would be nice. Keep going here, and let's go out for the second half. Finally look like we're trying to play football. We're quite literally hoping for a 1-0 win. A simple, no pissing about 1-0 win is quite literally all it takes. Let's do a tactics. Well, it's true. No matter what happens, I do technically win, but it's been a few seasons since we've achieved anything. It has been quite a few seasons since we've achieved anything. So yeah, we do need a trophy. Let's try turning that down. And then we'll give it another 10. This could be it. Come on. Oh, it's fallen out of the box. Hamilton Ainsley, inside, tackle, but it's going to fall for Ugwu. Ugwu, a man who saved us financially earlier in the season, playing 1-2s. Boakie King, please don't go backwards. Lovely. Edwards with a shot. Super close. Ugwu again. He's been such a hero since we got here. Head away. And Hamilton Ainsley's there. Has a pop. Oh. It's not the one. It's not the one. So let's try again. Right, Carbone over the top for Edwards. Lee Edwards has scored. I lost faith in him for a little while. Then Lee Edwards shows back up on the last day. Says, "Boss, I'm here. All right, I'm here. I've got it. I'm going to finish the job I started. I know I've only had 4 goals for you since you got here, boss. I know you've only had 4 goals since you got here. I had like 9 when you arrived. But I've decided to come through when you need me rather than coming through a few months ago when we could have just been rifling in the goals. It is important to remember when we got here, this team was predicted to finish in the relegation zone. Like the board, literally when we interviewed, despite the fact they were sat 3rd in the league, asked us if we thought we were capable of avoiding relegation. And they were already more or less mathematically safe at the time. Oof. Alright, let's make some changes. Rice off for Townsend is a great shout. McElroy swapping sides with Boakye King and then with Okoye. You've seen me do this a dozen times already. Thornton can go in there. That works out perfectly. Now, I want to take off Carbone for Thompson. I want to take off Ugwu for To Go. And for our final roll of the dice, I think I'm going to take off Saxon for Oppong. And, because this is the most important part, waste as much fucking time as possible and play for set pieces. Because at this point, I don't care if I see another highlight again. If we see no more highlights for the rest of this game after this one, I do not give a shit. Could not matter less if we see another highlight at all. In fact, ideally, I'd have been very happy to not see a single other highlight for the rest of the game. Oppong, please don't do something stupid. Alright, good. He still gave the ball away. He still gave someone get a foot in here. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. 5 minutes to go. We are 5 minutes away from promotion. We are wasting time. I can see it on the commentary. We're wasting time. Not like this. Please God, not like this. If you let me have promotion on like Jesus' birthday or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be today, I'll be really happy. And I'll never say bad words about religion again. Okay? Possibly. Why I threw in the possibly. We have done it. Cambridge United are a League One side. Cambridge United are a League One side after all that drama, and we almost did it before midnight. It was super close. It was super. I said we'd do it before midnight. I apologise. Technically, I think we scored the goal before midnight, so that's fine. But Cambridge United, got my saves mixed up then. Cambridge United are a League One football club. And the question's going to be, A, are they going to give us a boatload of money to spend? That is a serve. And question number 2, are some people going to get super excited? The budgets are shit. I say that, extra £700,000 a year on wages is actually quite good. Unbelievable promotion. You were literally 3rd all season. They're happy because apparently we did everything they wanted us to do. That's all nice. Now I do have a couple of questions for the game. First of all, our reputation's got up to local finally. We're only 15 seasons in. I just want to have like half an idea of what's in the job centre, just in case, because obviously we weren't expecting the Cambridge offer to come in, because I hadn't looked at the job centre in so long that I had no idea what was coming up, and I don't want to be surprised by a random offer. Like, realistically, we aren't leaving here for Stockport or for Milton Keynes because they've just got relegated anyway. Foreign jobs we'd have to have a discussion about. There's nothing like breathtaking, is there? I mean, Nac Breda would be interesting, but I have a feeling 13th is relegation there. And who's the other Eredivisie side? It's very annoying you can't sort whether it's Sparta Rotterdam. I think it's a 14-team league. No, it's not. So Sparta and Nac Breda could tempt me away, but there's nothing massively appearing. Or nothing massive appearing, I should say. So, we'll do our end of season press conference. That's fine. We will have a little look around for players in the summer. Obviously, if we get a job offer, that'll be where we start next stream from. That much I'll say for certain, as I completely forget how to speak words. And just having a little look-de-doo to see what's out there. And I think we will go and see. We will go and see Mr. Simon Maggio. I think we'll go see Mr. Simon Maggio. That feels like a good shout for us. I may not be on tomorrow, so I might be doing an editing recording day, but if not tomorrow, I'll see you Wednesday. Very much depends how much I get done tomorrow and what time I wake up. But yeah, we'll see you very soon. Do stick around for the raid. It looks nice on us. We'll go and see Mr. Simon Maggio, King of the Simons, named Maggio. Yes, yes indeed. Right, I shall see you very soon. Stay safe, have a good one, you know the rules. And shebang, in we go for Simon Maggio.